Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 2398. Pan Hao did not understand and asked curiously, "Yes, Xiao Mao Xiao is on duty at my Xuanyan school's Spirit Stone Mine. In another 10 days or so, when my cultivation has recovered and the illusory swordsmen have been driven away by Martial Uncle Pang and Martial Uncle Ji, you will be able to see Xiao Mao Xiao. Quick, tell me the location of your Xuanyan school's Spirit Stone Mine." Xiao Hua was anxious. He knew clearly that those were 4 illusory swordsmen. Even if there was another golden core cultivator in Xuanyan school's Spirit Stone Mine, he would not be their match. Moreover, that bird cultivator's cultivation should be at the 2nd grade of illusory sword. Pang Chongtian would definitely not be his match. Pan Hao was in a difficult position. He looked at Li Zongbao and muttered, "The location of the Spirit Stone Mine is my Xuanyan school's secret. Quick, tell me." Xiao Hua took a step forward and stretched out his hand. His hand grabbed Pan Hao's neck and coldly said, "I will count to 3. If you don't answer, don't think of returning to Xuanyan school alive." Xiao Mao Xiao. Li Zongbao was also shocked. He did not see how Xiao Hua attacked. Although Pan Hao was injured, he was still a Foundation Establishment middle-stage cultivator. How could he be restrained by Xiao Hua in an instant? He had no choice but to hurriedly advise, "Xiao Mao Xiao, don't be anxious. Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Mine may be a secret to others, but to us, it is definitely not a secret." Pan Hao was also dumbfounded. His brain had not reacted yet. Hearing Li Zongbao's advice, he hurriedly shouted, "Yes, Xiao Mao Xiao, Jr. will tell you now." At this moment, Pan Hao realized that he was easily lifted off the ground by Xiao Hua. "Speak." Xiao Hua did not let go and coldly said. Pan Hao did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly transmitted the location of Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Mine. Xiao Hua loosened his hand and lowered Pan Hao down. He said in a low voice, "Excuse me." Immediately, he cupped his hands towards Li Zongbao and said, "Brotherly, I have urgent matters to attend to and need to go to the Spirit Stone Mine. I will not accompany senior brother here." "All right, go ahead." When Li Zongbao heard Xiao Mao's name, he thought that Xiao Mao was related to Xiao Hua by blood, so he naturally couldn't stop him. "I've left a special communication method in your token. Moreover, after my disciples finish resting, I reckon that I'll also go to the Spirit Stone Mine." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded and didn't delay any longer. He got the cultivators to open up the formation, then he executed his flying technique and charged into midair. When he was out of the range of the cultivator's divine sense, he executed lightning flight and flew swiftly towards the Spirit Stone Vein. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Only now did Pan Hao know Xiao Hua's surname. He asked Li Zongbao with lingering fear, "Is he related to Xiao Mao by blood?" Li Zongbao looked at Pan Hao and said with a smile, "I don't know either. However, I know that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't like others discussing his origins. Since fellow Taoist Pan already knows, you should keep your mouth shut." Yes, this Pan naturally understands. Pan Hao involuntarily touched his neck and smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist Xiao is our savior, how could this Pan not listen to his words? This Pan will. No need to say more. If others ask, you just have to answer perfunctorily. Li Zongbao said hurriedly. Yes, this Pan understands. Pan Hao's heart trembled. After cupping his hands in salute, he returned to his Xuanyan school's location. Sure enough, everyone saw the scene just now and naturally came to inquire. Pan Hao smiled bitterly and made up a story, dealing with the onlookers with great difficulty. After calming down, he understood in his heart. Xiao Hua naturally wanted to go to the Spirit Stone Vein, but why? Naturally, he wanted to save Xiao Mao, but why should he save him? Why should Xiao Hua save him? Unless Xiao Hua was confident that he could block the flying sword of the illusory swordsman. Could Xiao Hua do it? Seeing how he could scare away the drawing swordsman today, Pen Hao made a judgment in his heart. As for Xiao Hua, he flew high into the sky, the sound of wind and thunder resounded. He quickly flew in the direction of the spirit stone vein of Xuanyan School. He had just escaped from the great formation of the spirit stone vein of Mount Quanjin and still had lingering fears about the cruelty of the battle for the spirit stone vein. It was a battle that could easily cause thousands of casualties. Moreover, from the preparations of the 4 illusory swordsmen, it was not just for the ambush here, but for the hundreds of Dao sect cultivators. What was special was that after Pang Chongtian and the others fled, they did not hesitate to abandon the hundreds of Dao sect cultivators who were fighting the enemy. They simply did not care about their lives or the results of the siege. Instead, the 4 illusory swordsmen all went to chase after Pang Chongtian. Xiao Hua thought as he flew, increasingly feeling that his guess was correct. The Dao sect cultivators' goal could really be the spirit stone vein of Xuanyan School. At least, that spirit stone vein is also one of their goals. Xiao Hua was secretly proud, but also secretly worried. As for Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua actually did not put him in the same position as Xiang Yang, Cui Hongshan, and the others. Naturally, he was behind Xiao Xianrui and the others. That day, he helped Xiao Mao because he was a small child who fell into the trap of others. It was really pitiful. Moreover, that jade pendant was left behind by Xiao Mao's mother. No matter what, Xiao Hua had to return it to Xiao Mao. But Xiao Hua did not expect that Xiao Mao would be like him. He did not have any in-laws in this Xiaoyu continent. Especially at that time, when he wanted to cultivate some kind of cultivation technique, it was impossible for him to survive. He even treated Xiao Hua as his only family in this world. And Xiao Mao's bow and call of big brother really touched his heart. Towards this child who was in a similar situation to himself, how could Xiao Hua not have some more love? Thinking about eldest senior brother Gong Mingwei's care for him and eldest senior brother Xiang Yang's care for him, Xiao Hua felt that he must treat this big brother of his. I hope that Xiao Mao is as lucky as me, Xiao Hua urged his magic power and thought to himself. Perhaps this is that trace of karma? If I can save Xiao Mao's life, so what if I don't cultivate? While flying, Xiao Hua arrived at the ice lake where the sword cultivator disciple had attacked the cultivator. Xiao Hua did not care about it at all. His figure flitted past the mountain range and flew in the direction that the golden core cultivator had escaped. But at this moment, a powerful divine sense swept down from the sky. Once it swept past Xiao Hua, it immediately locked onto him. Who? Xiao Hua's expression turned cold. His figure suddenly stopped and quietly floated in the sky. He slightly raised his head and coldly looked up. He saw a small black figure flash out from behind the clouds in the sky and quickly swoop down. When it got closer, Xiao Hua's eyes could clearly see that it was the bird cultivator who was wearing a light yellow robe and discovered his Buddhist consciousness. Seeing that bird cultivator return from the spirit stone mine of Xuanyan School, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. He stroked his hand and narrowed his eyes as he watched that bird cultivator descend. The bird cultivator was thin and tall. On his withered face, his cheeks were bulging high. What was special was that his forehead was wide, taking up 30% of his face. It was also bulging high. His round eyes were not the withered yellow of an ordinary bird cultivator. Instead, they were a light blue. His eyes were extremely large and almost filled his entire eyes. The old man's wings were more than 10 zhang wide. As they danced, the wind roared and small hurricanes were emitted from his wings. Although Xiao Hua was far away, he could still feel the sharp wind blades. In addition, this old man's hands were different from ordinary bird cultivators. They were thin and long. Although his 10 fingers emitted an extremely sharp light, those 10 fingers were also extremely nimble. They were like the hands of a Dao sect cultivator who could form hand seals. The old man landed about 10 zhang away from Xiao Hua and stopped. His light blue eyes faintly flashed as if he was sizing up Xiao Hua. After a moment, the old man coldly said, "This old man is Feng Buping of the Valley of Ospreys. You, are that terrifying phoenix of the Imperial Thunder sect? This young master doesn't know who this terrifying phoenix of yours is. Xiao Hua replied, if you want to know this young master's name, then first tell this young master about the situation of the Spirit Stone Mine in Xuanyan School. Spirit Stone Mine? Feng Buping's eyes turned slightly as he asked curiously, that is Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Mine. What does it have to do with your Imperial Thunder sect? Aren't your Dao sect cultivators always scheming against each other? Why do you care about other people's Spirit Stone Mine for no reason? Then whether this young master is some terrifying phoenix or not, what does it have to do with you? Xiao Hua's figure swayed again as he coldly said, this young master has something to do at the Spirit Stone Mine. I don't want to kill you here. Hurry up and get out of my way. Ha ha ha. Feng Buping seemed to have seen the funniest thing in the world. He raised his head and laughed loudly. His slender finger stretched out and pointed at Xiao Hua. Dao sect disciples are indeed arrogant and conceited. With your peak late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, you actually want to kill this old man? Ah. Xiao Hua was shocked. He did not expect that before they even fought, Feng Buping would see through his cultivation. You cultivators are the most cunning. Do you want to catch this old man off guard by hiding your cultivation? Feng Buping sneered, even if you really have the lightning escape technique, under this old man's wind escape technique, only death awaits you. This old man does not believe that some terrifying phoenix can escape from this old man's palm. Wind escape technique? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned as he looked up and down at the old man. However, this old man is still somewhat curious about the whereabouts of Ling Yunwu and the others. Feng Buping spread his wings. The sound of the wind whistled again. Feng Buping's voice also became sharp. The reason we set up an ambush here was to lure out the golden core cultivators of Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Mine. Since that idiot has come out, can they still keep their Spirit Stone Mine? This old man felt that something was amiss just now. When I saw that the attack was nearing its end and their great formation had collapsed, I pulled myself out and came over. Hee, this old man wasn't disappointed at all. This old man actually encountered the legendary terrifying phoenix. Tell this old man honestly, which disciple of Imperial Thunder sect are you? Was it you who was spying on this old man earlier? Luring the snake out of its hole. Xiao Hua already understood. Moreover, listening to Feng Buping's words, there were other illusory swords among the swordsmen attacking Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Mine. This Feng Buping had already returned for a long time and even found the sword cultivator who was scared away by him. Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Mine most likely had already changed owners. Xiao Mao's fate had already been decided. Whether or not he went to the Spirit Stone Mine did not have much meaning. Chapter 2399. Don't you think you're asking too much? Xiao Hua naturally did not want to suffer a loss, even in terms of words. This young master will only answer one of your questions. Which one do you want to ask? Ha ha ha, truly an ignorant child. Feng Buping laughed and said with interest, do you really think that with your peak late-stage foundation establishment, you can defeat this old man's second-grade illusory sword strength? Do you plan to let this young master go? Xiao Hua was still not polite. This place will be your burial ground. Feng Buping's hand flashed with light. This old man will take the head of the terrifying phoenix and let the warriors of Sword Region see that the legend they are afraid of is nothing more than this. In that case, what's the point of asking? Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the suppressing cloud seal. Feng Buping sneered, if you want to court death, there will be plenty of opportunities later. This old man still wants to know some things. Which Thunder Palace disciple are you from? What's your name? This young master is a Thunder Palace disciple. Xiao Hua laughed, as for my name? You have to tell this young master, other than the four of you, who else attacked Xuanyan School's illusory swordsman? Cunning. Feng Buping finally understood Xiao Hua's stinginess. After thinking for a while, he laughed, after all, you're still young. If you say this, won't this let this old man know that the one spying on this old man was you? This. Xiaohua thought, it was true, damn, I've suffered a loss. Ha ha ha, Feng Buping stared and said, this old man will answer your question. However, other than your name, this old man also wants to know the whereabouts of Ling Yunwu and the other 16 people. Do you also want to know the whereabouts of the sword pouch? Xiaohua said with a smile. Feng Buping's eyes flashed with a trace of strangeness. His eyes once again flashed with brilliance, and then he said puzzledly, as expected of the terrifying phoenix. You're just a late-stage foundation establishment, but your magic power is comparable to a gold core. But, do you really have the confidence to kill this old man? Hee, Xiaohua saw Feng Buping was hooked and laughed. Won't you know when you fight with this young master? Your name? Feng Buping hurriedly asked. This young master will not change his surname or name. You're good, this young master's name is Xiaohua. Xiaohua could only reply. When Feng Buping heard Xiaohua's name, he frowned slightly. It seemed extremely unfamiliar, and was not similar to the information he had. Well, I admit, I have never heard of your name. Feng Buping restrained his temper and asked, what about Ling Yunwu and the others? This young master naturally knows about their situation. Xiaohua said with a smile, however, you have to tell this young master, how did you see through this young master's cultivation? In order to obtain information about Ling Yunwu and the others, Feng Buping had to answer, that is a secret technique that I obtained when I was young. It is used to cultivate the divine eye. Is that secret technique with you? Xiaohua asked with lightning speed. Feng Buping answered casually. However, when he just said a word, he knew that he had fallen into Xiaohua's trap. He simply clapped his hand and a piece of jade appeared in his hand. He sneered and said, this old man does not need spirit stones to tell you this news. The technique is here. As long as you kill this old man, you can get this technique. TSK, Xiaohua stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. With a greedy look, he said, there really is something good. It's your turn to answer this old man. Feng Buping sneered and put the jade into his storage bag. Of course. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the sword pouch. He pointed his hand and the sword pouch opened. Dozens of seemingly ordinary flying swords flew out. Ah! Feng Buping's eyes flashed and said in astonishment, they all fused with the swords. Then, Feng Buping's wings fluttered naturally, and a powerful sword technique came out from the wind. The dozens of flying swords seemed to be eager to try. Ha ha ha, in this young master's hands, you still want to leave? Xiaohua waved his hand and the sword pouch produced a strong suction force. All the flying swords were sucked into it. With a wave of his hand, the flying swords were sucked into the space. Old man, you are just delusional. You can actually activate the sword pouch. Seeing Xiaohua skillfully put away the flying swords, Feng Buping's face did not turn red and said in surprise. This young master knows a lot. Xiaohua said proudly, you will know in a while. Ha 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 ha, this old man really envies the arrogance of young people like you. Feng Buping saw that Xiaohua was tight-lipped. Moreover, he also saw the sword pouch and the whereabouts of Ling Yunwu and the others. He did not ask about the black silk wood anymore. He clapped his hand and took out a demonic tool from his storage bag. He laughed and said, this old man has not dared to speak arrogantly for many years. It seems that this old man really belittled himself. Today, this old man wants to see what ability this terrifying phoenix has to scare hundreds of my men away. Xiaohua saw that Feng Buping actually took out a demonic tool from his storage bag. He was stunned at first, but when he saw the appearance of the demonic tool, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that the demonic tool was as thick as a fist and 3 feet long. It was a long staff like the wishful staff. Feng Buping raised the demonic staff and waved it in the air. He spread his wings and swooped down from above. The demonic staff stirred up the spirit of heaven and earth, setting off a biting cold wind. Good, this demonic staff is really powerful. Xiao Hua saw Feng Buping's demonic staff attack. A suffocating aura mixed with the unique blood smell of this demonic tool smashed down like a mountain. He could not help but secretly click his tongue. This kind of close combat was the weakness of a cultivator. Even a swordsman was afraid of it. If this staff fell, it was really not something a cultivator of the late gold core stage could withstand. Go. How could Xiao Hua be afraid of the tricks he was good at? He only saw that he pointed his finger and urged his spiritual power. The suppressing cloud seal hummed and rushed over quickly. A yellow light flashed and several clouds fell from the suppressing cloud seal, blocking in front of the demonic staff. Ga, Feng Buping laughed and waved his wings. Countless wind blades were born from midair, like knives and flying swords, hit the clouds and the suppressing cloud seal. At the same time, the demonic staff still fell. Zzz. Like the sound of water dripping into a pot of oil, several clouds were torn apart by the wind blades. The demonic staff had not fallen, but the wind on it scattered the clouds. Good, this old man really has the ability to boast, Xiao Hua at this time urged the suppressing cloud seal, but he used nearly 60% of his spiritual power. He could almost use the damaged suppressing cloud seal. In this case, Feng Buping broke through the clouds. That Feng Buping really did not have the strength of a second-grade illusory sword. Chapter 2400. Luo, since Xiao Hua had already used the cloud-suppressing seal, he might as well not change to other treasures. With a slap of his hand, the cloud-suppressing seal suddenly expanded, and another dozen clouds fell down. This time, the clouds were already several zhang in size. Feng Buping sneered. His wings flapped slightly, and another few hundred wind blades fell down, and his devil staff fell on the continuous clouds. Woo, with a whimper, the devil staff hit the clouds, and it was like hitting a quagmire. Feng Buping felt an extremely strong confinement force from the clouds. Break. Feng Buping sneered. At this moment, the wind blades arrived again. Like a sharp cone, they spun and pierced through the dozen clouds. Under the heavy attack of the devil staff, the clouds were scattered again. Is this all the horrifying phoenix can do? Feng Buping sneered. Hee, I'm happy to do so. Xiao Hua laughed. He knew that this guy was a bird cultivator and wanted to fight with his phoenix dharma body. However, Xiao Hua had many ways to kill this guy, so why did he have to use the phoenix dharma body? As he spoke, Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and it was still the cloud-suppressing seal. Wang, once again, the gale snowfield's cold earth element spiritual energy madly condensed, and on top of the cloud-suppressing seal, traces of jade appeared. Oh. Feng Buping's eyes narrowed, and he sneered, a damaged treasure was actually used by you to this extent. It's really not bad. As expected of the horrifying phoenix. Don't mention the horrifying phoenix all the time. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he secretly said, I'm afraid that the name provoked this guy. He must fight with me to see who's better. As Feng Buping said that, his hands and feet were not satisfied. The devil staff in his hand danced again, and with a momentum of burning the sky, he attacked the cloud-suppressing seal from bottom to top. I'll let you have a taste of the cloud-suppressing seal. Xiao Hua roared, and his magic power surged. The cloud-suppressing seal whistled, and with a strong confinement force, it smashed down. Quang dang, the devil staff and the cloud-suppressing seal collided. The cloud-suppressing seal was knocked into the air, and the demonic staff was also knocked down a few feet by the cloud-suppressing seal. Feng Buping's figure was also somewhat unstable, and fell down. Fight. This time, Feng Buping was a little embarrassed and angry. As he flapped his wings, no wind blades appeared again. He waved his demon staff and hit the seal of the cloud. Tisk, seeing Feng Buping so arrogant, Xiao Hua was slightly disdainful. However, Xiao Hua was also proud of his own magic treasure. He rubbed his hands together and didn't use any other spells. Instead, he used his mana to raise the seal of suppressing cloud high up in the air. It emitted a light that was dozens of feet wide and once again smashed towards Feng Buping. Good timing. Feng Buping's eyes were wide open, and there was a flash of light in his light blue eyes. At the same time, there was a buzzing sound around his body, and a layer of light shone on his body. Dang! The cloud-suppressing seal fell, and the magic wand also struck out. A thunderous sound rang out in the air, and this sound traveled extremely far. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. He had a bad feeling in his heart because this time, the seal of suppressing cloud didn't suffer any losses. Not only did it not fly away, but it also fell a few inches. However, Feng Buping's magic wand was also not struck down. It only slightly reverberated. What shocked Xiao Hua the most was that Feng Buping's magic wand hit where the seal of suppressing cloud was damaged. Sure enough, after the magic wand reverberated, Feng Buping actually used the impact of the seal of suppressing cloud to fight force with force. A shadow appeared on the magic wand. His body fell for more than 10 zhang. And his magic wand was also trembling at an extreme speed. That trembling even affected Feng Buping's entire arm, and that entire arm was also slightly trembling. Xiao Hua's seal of suppressing cloud was also sent flying. Like the rising sun, it flashed with a brilliant brilliance and rushed into the sky. Ha! Xiao Hua's body flew up. With a wave of his hand, the seal of suppressing cloud fell into his hand. However, the current seal of suppressing cloud was almost completely damaged. That deep crack once again appeared on the seal of suppressing cloud, and it was even worse than before. It was almost as if the entire seal of suppressing cloud was split into two. Feng Buping's face was somewhat unsightly. His wings flapped and flew into the air. Looking at the seal of suppressing cloud in Xiao Hua's hand, he coldly said, Dao Sex cultivators all rely on magic treasures. Now that your life magic treasure has been damaged to this extent, do you still dare to use it again? Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. I originally didn't want to use this magic treasure again. You breaking this magic treasure is just what I wanted. I still have to thank you. Saying that, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the seal of suppressing cloud was sent into the space. Xiao Hua's words were not wrong. His current spiritual energy was close to the late gold core stage. However, the seal of suppressing cloud was a damaged magic treasure. It was simply not enough to unleash Xiao Hua's spiritual energy. However, this magic treasure was Xiao Hua's first magic treasure. The nostalgic Xiao Hua was always reluctant to give it up, and always wanted to repair it. However, today's battle with Feng Buping made him truly see that the seal of suppressing cloud was no longer suitable for him. If he did not have a real magic treasure, his spiritual energy could not be unleashed. Rather than that, he might as well break it off and let Feng Buping destroy the seal of suppressing cloud. Oh! Feng Buping knew that Xiao Hua was cunning. How could he believe it? However, right now his arms were sore and numb. He really did not have the strength to do so, so he took advantage of the situation to rest. He coldly said, This old man wants to see what other magic treasures you have, what other tricks you have. Tricks? Xiao Hua laughed. It was really a happy laugh. Are you sure you want to see my tricks? What? A little brat in the late foundation establishment stage, what other tricks do you have? Feng Buping's eyes flashed, as if he was using some secret technique to check Xiao Hua. Alright, then this young master will let you see. Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and the sound of wind and thunder rumbled around him. An afterimage flashed, rushing towards Feng Buping. Ha ha ha, Feng Buping's wings flapped, and his body also swayed with afterimages. In an instant, he flew away from his original position. It was actually not much worse than Xiao Hua's Imperial Thunder travel. Oh! Xiao Hua was really shocked. He did not expect Feng Buping's wind escape to be at this level. Haha, little thing, you have to know that there is always someone better than you. Your Imperial Thunder Sex Thunder escape is indeed powerful, but in front of this old man, it is really not worth mentioning. Feng Buping laughed crazily, and then his face revealed a trace of self-mockery. This old man too. I really did not expect. There are still many things that you can't imagine. Xiao Hua also sneered. His figure swayed, and he used wind escape. Moreover, he used ethereal steps again. Wind. Wind escape. You also know this. Feng Buping was completely stunned. Xiao Hua's figure was even more agile. A series of afterimages appeared in the air, and he closed in on Feng Buping. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Feng Buping was shocked. His wings flapped, and he also flew. However, after flying for a few feet, Feng Buping laughed. Ha ha ha, this old man is wrong. Why should I escape? The one who should escape is you. Haha, at this moment, Xiao Hua's spirit thorn suddenly launched. Moreover, Xiao Hua clapped his hands, and a golden light flashed, and it cut towards Feng Buping's wings. Oh! Feng Buping's face slightly showed a trace of astonishment. It seemed that he was interested, and the expression on his face was a bit strange. However, the expression on his face was definitely not what Xiao Hua imagined, pain. Oh no! Xiao Hua thought to himself. Indeed, the extremely uncomfortable feeling came from his Buddha Sarira. Even the Buddha Sarira was faintly glowing with golden light. Spirit Thorn actually backfired. However, this was not the worst situation. The golden light of the Tingjiao shears had already cut towards Feng Buping's wings. However, Feng Buping's wings flashed rapidly, and his figure was extremely agile. At the same time, hundreds and thousands of wind blades violently rotated, blocking the Tingjiao shears. The sharp Tingjiao shears was blocked in the air. Ha 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 ha, Feng Buping laughed loudly. Little bastard, you really have a lot of tricks. However, you seem to have forgotten that this old man and the other swordsmen of the sword region, which one of us has not fought with soul cultivators? This thing of yours that can deal with divine sense might be effective against ordinary swordsmen, but against this old man. Your magic weapon is Tingjiao shears? Feng Buping laughed wildly. When he saw the Tingjiao shears blocked by the wind blades, his face showed ecstasy. You know the Tingjiao shears? Xiao Hua was overjoyed but also shocked. He even had a bad feeling again. Ha ha ha, today is really a surprise for this old man. Not only can I kill the terrifying phoenix, I can also get the other Tingjiao shears. The other Tingjiao shears? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand and the Tingjiao shears flew back to his hand. He asked, where is the other Tingjiao shears? How could Feng Buping answer his question? He clapped his hand and a strange talisman appeared in his hand. He activated his sword origin and the talisman flashed with a faint golden light. It was exactly the same as the Tingjiao shears. As the light flashed, the talisman flew into the air and turned into the shape of the Tingjiao shears. It flew towards the Tingjiao shears in Xiao Hua's hand. Since Feng Buping's talisman was used, Xiao Hua felt that the Tingjiao shears had a tendency to break away from his divine sense control. When the talisman turned into the Tingjiao shears, Xiao Hua's control over the Tingjiao shears completely disappeared. The Tingjiao shears changed direction and went straight towards the talisman. Not good. Xiao Hua was anxious. Since when did someone snatch a magic weapon from his hand? It was already good enough that he did not snatch other people's magic weapons. Xiao Hua used wind escape and ethereal steps again and rushed towards the Tingjiao shears. Fight! Seeing this, Feng Buping was overjoyed. He flapped his wings again and the devil staff mercilessly attacked Xiao Hua's arm. The talisman was very close to the Tingjiao shears. In the blink of an eye, the two would become one. As long as the talisman landed on the Tingjiao shears, the Tingjiao shears would definitely fall into Feng Buping's hands. Moreover, Feng Buping's devil staff would attack again. If Xiao Hua wanted to get the Tingjiao shears, he would inevitably be hit by the devil staff. Xiao Hua, it seemed that he would not be able to take back the Tingjiao shears. In this impossible moment, Xiao Hua's left hand shook and Universe Creator was used. The talisman and the Tingjiao shears were both shrouded by the power of Universe Creator. However, in just a moment, the talisman emitted an extremely bright light and was about to break free from the power of Universe Creator. Xiao Hua also wanted this moment. His left hand followed his body and reached into the talisman, landing right under Feng Buping's devil staff. He grabbed the Tingjiao shears. Feng Buping's face showed a grin, as if he had already seen Xiao Hua's left hand being crushed by his devil staff. But Feng Buping was disappointed. Just as the magic staff approached Xiao Hua's left arm, a black staff as thick as a duck egg appeared in Xiao Hua's right hand. It blocked Feng Buping's left arm. Dang! Feng Buping's magic staff hit the black staff. That black staff was like a cast of copper and iron. It didn't move at all. Feng Buping was really not as shocked as he was today. Xiao Hua's means were absolutely endless, far beyond his imagination. This is also a devil tool. Even at this time, Feng Buping did not expect that his full blow could not even move Xiao Hua's wishful staff half an inch. Humph. Xiao Hua sneered. It was not easy to have some confidence in his heart. This Feng Buping was definitely the most difficult person to deal with besides the nascent soul stage cultivators. But at this time, just as his hand was about to touch the Tingjiao shears, the talisman produced a strong suction force. The Tingjiao shears slipped under Xiao Hua's hand and was about to go out of his palm. Keep! Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the Dharma eye in his left hand. His heart moved and the Dharma eye immediately opened. A silver brilliance sprinkled down and covered the Tingjiao shears. The Tingjiao shears that was covered by the silver light immediately became obedient and did not move. Xiao Hua's heart was happy. He waved his hand and immediately put the Tingjiao shears into the space. When the Tingjiao shears disappeared, the talisman that turned into the Tingjiao shears suddenly rushed up. With a very fast speed and an extremely strong force, it rushed into the sky and flew in the direction of the north. Xiao Hua was definitely caught off guard. Looking at Feng Buping with a sneer on his face, his eyes flashed with confusion. He thought that the Tingjiao shears was wanted by Feng Buping. He did not expect that the one who wanted the Tingjiao shears was actually someone else. Kill! 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 I must kill this bastard. Xiao Hua's killing intent rose again. Needless to say, the person who wanted the Tingjiao shears must be very powerful. But looking at the talisman that wanted to take away the Tingjiao shears, Xiao Hua shuddered. Fight! Xiao Hua already felt that he did not have any means to surpass Feng Buping. The wishful staff in his hand flicked upwards. A huge force was generated from Xiao Hua's hand. Not only did he easily swing Feng Buping's staff, but he also slightly raised the head of the staff. It was even smoother than Feng Buping's staff as it struck towards Feng Buping. See, until now, Feng Buping suddenly realized that Xiao Hua's most mysterious killer was also his killer. Moreover, Xiao Hua's strength was obviously greater than his. However, Feng Buping was still arrogant in his heart. He raised the staff in his hand and shouted. He still wanted to see who was stronger between him and Xiao Hua. Clang! A loud sound rang out. It was even louder and more powerful than the collision between the cloud-suppressing seal and the devil staff. The heaven and earth spiritual chi was completely disrupted by the two weapons. The sound traveled far and wide. Just this sound alone was enough to shake the solid ice. A huge crack could be seen deep in the ice. Feng Buping let out a shrill cry of a bird. His whole body was curled up into a ball, spinning in midair as he retreated to the distant sky. His wings were flapping as if he was trying to control his balance and resist the great force of Xiao Hua's wishful staff. Give me your life. Xiao Hua stood firmly in midair like a rock, motionless. The wishful staff in his hand danced slightly on his wrist, drawing a subtle arc, eliminating the force on Feng Buping's staff. He immediately shouted, and the wind escape and ethereal steps rushed out again. The wishful staff was held high, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was split into two halves by the wishful staff. Although there was no brilliance flashing above the staff, there was an incomparable, suffocating chill that covered the protruding forehead of Feng Buping. It was as if in an instant, the wishful staff could cut through space and hit Feng Buping. Feng Buping did not want to be surprised anymore, but he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Today, he had sucked in too much cold air. He had always thought highly of himself, especially his strength and wishful staff. Not only did he have few opponents in the sword domain, but he also took advantage of the soul cultivators. However, as he said, in this world, there was always someone better than him. Xiao Hua's strength, Xiao Hua's wishful staff were completely better than his. More than that. Feng Buping looked at his wishful staff that was slightly bent, and estimated in horror. He watched as Xiao Hua once again pounced forward with ease. It was as if that strike just now was merely a warm-up. Wang, just as Xiao Hua pounced, Feng Buping's body suddenly flashed with a light blue brilliance, and following the appearance of the brilliance, there was also a kind of obscure fluctuation. Oh! Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he sneered, "Old man, eat this young master's staff. At this time, don't you think it's too late to use any secret technique?" Ha ha ha! Feng Buping's figure in the brilliance seemed to be blurred, and an extremely arrogant voice came from the brilliance. "Little bastard, I really did not expect that this old man would be forced into such a situation by you. But it's also good, if you did not have such strength, how could you be called the terrifying phoenix? At this time, in the Tao sect, only you, the terrifying phoenix, are worthy of this old man using all his means." Oh, not good. Just as Feng Buping sneered, Xiao Hua's figure had already closed in. However, the fluctuation contained a great force that blocked Xiao Hua's path. If Xiao Hua wanted to get closer, he would have to break through this force. Thinking that Feng Buping's secret technique was so powerful, Xiao Hua could not help but feel that this was not good. Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua was pondering whether or not to destroy this power, the ripples rapidly shrank, and the light blue brilliance also converged. The ripples retreated into Feng Buping's body, and the brilliance covered Feng Buping's body. This. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and his two pupils constricted, his heart was shocked, transforming into a sword? That's right, Xiao Hua could not be sure. But at this time, Feng Buping had already transformed into a spirit bird similar to a white goose, and the strange thing was that this spirit bird's neck was not as long as the white goose's neck, and the place where the goose's webs were still Feng Buping's arms. Of course, if Xiao Hua had seen the battle between Xian Wan and Dongshan Yi, he would have realized that this spirit bird was somewhat similar to Xian Wan's body. But now Xiao Hua did not have time to think too much, because Feng Buping's cultivator's aura was constantly rising, and it had far surpassed the late gold core stage, and was approaching the nascent soul stage. This aura was even more powerful than a cultivator's aura, and it actually stirred the heaven and earth spiritual energy within a dozen miles, and even in the sky, the wind and clouds were changing. This bastard secret technique actually caused the weather to change. Xiao Hua's heart was bitter, and he felt that the hurricane within a dozen miles was gradually going crazy, and that extremely cold and fierce wind blade was actually born within a dozen miles. Moreover, that aura directly wrapped around Xiao Hua, and although it had not made any move, Xiao Hua did not doubt that Feng Buping's aura could turn into a big hand and grab him. Run! Xiao Hua saw that Feng Buping was so powerful, and he immediately made a decision in his heart, giving up the idea of killing him. His figure swayed, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded from his body, and he used the imperial lightning travel, and fled into the distance. However, Xiao Hua had just flown for a dozen feet when he suddenly realized that this space was different from before. Countless hurricanes surrounded him, and it actually seemed like a quagmire. His imperial lightning sect was actually similar to the hibernating lightning escape. Xiao Hua had already discovered it, and without hesitation, he immediately changed to the wind escape. The wind escape was already used, and as expected, his speed greatly increased, and he instantly escaped more than 100 feet away. But Xiao Hua's heart did not have any joy, because he knew that his wind escape was probably not as good as Feng Buping's. Sure enough, Xiao Hua escaped for another dozen feet, and then he could no longer fly. That wind seemed to be completely stagnant, as if it was completely unable to be used by him. Ha ha ha! Feng Buping's wild laughter actually sounded in front of Xiao Hua, and Feng Buping actually flew in front of Xiao Hua without anyone noticing. The spirit bird under the light blue brilliance already had the aura of an early nascent soul stage. Little bastard? Are you very scared? Feng Buping's voice was somewhat sharp and hoarse, completely unlike the voice of a human just now. And, this old man knows, you are very surprised. Could it be, you think that in this Xiaoyu continent, only you know how to conceal your cultivation base? Could it be that only you have so many secret techniques? Xiao Hua stood there coldly, and the wishful staff protected his body. After Feng Buping finished speaking, he suppressed his panic and fear, and tried to calm down and said, "This matter is really beyond this Zhao's expectations. I didn't think that you are actually a sword transformation realm beast cultivator. Since you are a sword transformation realm senior, you have to be so thick-skinned to bully this Xiao, a late foundation establishment realm cultivator? Hee, this old man is really a third-grade illusory sword cultivator." Feng Buping proudly said, "But in order to keep you here, I had to forcibly raise my cultivation base to the sword transformation realm. Little bastard, you, a late foundation establishment realm cultivator, actually forced this old man to do this. You can also be proud. Senior, do you really want to keep this little one's life?" Xiao Hua still had a trace of luck in his heart, even if this little one gives the Ting Jiao shears and other things to Senior. Hearing Xiao Hua's soft tone, and actually called him Senior, Feng Buping was happy, and he flapped his wings and said, "Since things have come to this old man will not hide it from you. That Ting Jiao shears is what a senior wants, whether you give it or not. This old man doesn't mind. But, you have forced this old man to such a situation. How can this old man let you go? You don't want others to know your secret. This old man also does. If you had said such a thing before this old man used the secret technique, this old man can really consider it." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Before he still wanted to kill the other party, how could he surrender? At this time, even if Feng Buping really wanted to let him go, he himself would not dare to believe it. "If you know what's good for you, then don't do it again." Feng Buping chuckled. "Obediently let this old man search your soul. See how many secret techniques you have, then this old man will let your soul go. I will not let your soul be destroyed." "Ha ha ha, old man, this young master was joking with you. You really took it seriously." Although Xiao Hua's heart was trembling, how could he lose face? Even if it was a quarrel, he did not want to lose. While speaking, he waved the staff and shouted, "Eat this young master's staff." "Xiao Hua, you have really become a joke." Feng Buping said coldly, "Can you move? You just wait and see how this old man will deal with you." Immediately, Feng Buping's wings flapped, and the hurricane around Xiao Hua gradually gathered. Sure enough, as Xiao Hua thought, like a big hand, Xiao Hua squeezed over, and the power of Feng Buping's body also pressed down tightly like a pressure. Rise! Xiao Hua knew that he could not release the Phoenix celestial body. He shrugged his shoulders, and the Phoenix celestial body flew out of his body. With a "ga" sound, the imposing manner of looking down on the world unstoppably bloomed, and blocked the power of Feng Buping that was close to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the wings of nearly 400 feet spread out, and it was even more comparable to Feng Buping, who was 10 feet in size. Seeing Xiao Hua's Phoenix celestial body spread out its wings, and countless tiny thunder lights lingered around the Phoenix celestial body, Feng Buping was a little dumbfounded, and the previous arrogance of victory was even more gone. He listened to the oral narration of the drawing swordsman, but he always felt that it was not possible, and that it was unnecessary exaggeration by others. When he really saw it, especially when he saw the silver in the eyes of the Phoenix celestial body, and the faint planet in the silver, he knew that he was wrong. Not only did the drawing sword swordsmen not exaggerate, they even said that it was too small, because they did not know the true strength of Xiao Hua's phoenix celestial body. To be able to help a foundation establishment cultivator resist the power of the nascent soul stage, how could this celestial body be simple? But then, a trace of greed flashed in Feng Buping's eyes. He was very clear about the potential and role of this phoenix celestial body. If he could get the true phoenix blood in Xiao Hua's body, he could cultivate such a phoenix celestial body. Then his cultivation, the greed in Feng Buping's eyes became more and more fervent. Kacha, above a burst of thunder, not only did it flash within 100 feet, but it also condensed within 100 feet, and completely shattered the wind blades that wanted to press down on Xiao Hua. Take this! Xiao Hua roared, and the thunder escape technique was displayed again. His figure followed the flashing thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Feng Buping like a flash of lightning. Haha! Feng Buping laughed, and the magic staff in his hand also swayed. His wings flashed, and a faint blue light flashed on the magic staff. Together with the light blue on his arm and wrist, he attacked Xiao Hua. Bang! There was a loud noise, and at the same time, there were countless airflows from the collision of the two. Ao! Xiao Hua roared, and it seemed that he was extremely happy. His whole body turned a few times in mid-air, and suddenly his body grew again. The wishful steel staff appeared in front of Feng Buping's forehead. Bang bang bang! Feng Buping saw this and sneered. The dark magic staff was swung and danced. Why would Xiao Hua be afraid of him? The heavenly staff technique was like a whirlwind, and in a breath, the magic staff and the wishful steel staff had already collided more than 10 times. Words were already unable to describe the danger and power of the stab. If there were bystanders by the side, they would certainly be fascinated. Both of them had good staff techniques and great strength. One was like a flood dragon coming out of the sea, the other was like a fierce tiger coming down from the mountain. One staff shadows were like mountains and ridges, while the other's staff shadows were like waves and tides. Not to mention that the heaven and earth spirit chi within 100 miles had been completely stirred up, causing the surrounding snow to be blown into the air by the wind and clouds. Even the layer of ice on the frozen lake had been completely shattered by the staff, turning into several feet of ice. Under the layer of ice that was more than 100 feet thick, the azure lake water was also surging. Waves surged violently towards the sky, displaying the heaven-defying almighty abilities of a bird cultivator and a human cultivator. Refreshing, refreshing! Xiao Hua fought fiercely, and the mood that had been suppressed was released freely. For a moment, his body was light and his spirit was flying. He shouted loudly, and the wishful steel staff in his hand was really like an ancient great weapon. This guy, on the other hand, Feng Buping had reached an unexpected limit. The light blue brilliance on his body flashed incessantly, and from time to time, he turned his spiritual power into strength to meet Xiao Hua's staff. He really did not know what Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was. His magic staff was already the heaviest staff he could find, but obviously, Xiao Hua's wishful staff was several times, or even dozens of times heavier than his magic staff. Moreover, he knew that he must not be hit by this wishful staff. If he was hit by the wishful staff, not to mention that he was an animal cultivator who had been tempered thousands of times, not to mention that his cultivation base was comparable to that of a sword, even if he was hit by the wishful staff, he would still be smashed into pieces. Bang! Another blow. Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was like an arm from his crotch, and it went straight to Feng Buping's forehead. Feng Buping blocked in panic, and his left hand was abnormally sore and numb. I can't go on like this. Feng Buping realized that he had fallen into Xiao Hua's trap. Xiao Hua's strength seemed to be endless, but Feng Buping's own spiritual power was not endless. Feng Buping turned around, and his figure flew high into the air. He opened his mouth, and a light blue ball of light, smaller than a goose egg, flew out. As soon as the ball of light appeared, its strength set off endless wind and waves. It seemed that the spiritual power of heaven and earth within a dozen miles had a life of its own, and it happily flew toward this ball of light. Inner core. Xiaohua saw that the spiritual power of heaven and earth could not be controlled, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. The phoenix celestial body let out a long cry, and the flashing lightning phoenix claws suddenly danced. At this time, in the sky, the red clouds were deep, and the surrounding 100 miles were tightly covered. In the dark and thick clouds, various colors of lightning were faintly moving. Ka-cha-cha, a burst of heavenly thunder sounded, and with the wave of the phoenix claws, the heavenly thunder that had been brewing for a long time rumbled and struck, striking toward Feng Buping, toward the inner core, and also toward the wind blades that were condensing within a dozen miles. Xiaohua was not idle. His figure flew up again, and the wishful steel staff was raised high, and once again struck toward Feng Buping. This guy's phoenix celestial body seems to be different from ordinary celestial bodies. Feng Buping noticed a trace of abnormality. When ordinary cultivators used the celestial body secret technique, they could no longer use other techniques, and the celestial body of ordinary cultivators could not be more than a few feet away from their physical body. But Xiaohua's celestial body not only attacked Feng Buping from a high altitude, but also from more than 200 feet away from Xiaohua. What made Feng Buping even more alarmed was that the phoenix celestial body was simply like another beast cultivator, independently using the thunder-attracting technique, easily controlling the heavenly thunder, and using the lightning as an instrument to strike his most powerful reliance, the wind bead. Fortunately, Feng Buping was a beast cultivator comparable to the nascent soul stage, and his primordial spirit also had its own uniqueness. While most of his primordial spirit concentrated on resisting Xiaohua's attacks, a small part of his primordial spirit could also control the wind bead. But seeing the rolling wind blades, stabbing toward the phoenix celestial body from more than 10 miles away, the extremely sharp blade not only made a chi-chi sound in the air, but also slightly flashed with a grayish-black color. The void was pierced by the wind blades. But no matter how powerful the wind blades were, they could not be compared to the heavenly thunder. The phoenix celestial body was like the god of thunder, surrounded by lightning, and was incomparably majestic. The phoenix celestial body was like a rock in the storm, majestic and unmoving in the sea of wind blades. Another phoenix cry resounded through the world, and hundreds of heavenly thunder roared down from the sky. Not only were the wind blades within a few miles completely shattered, but even Feng Buping's wind bead was also hit until its brilliance dimmed, and slightly shrunk. On the other hand, Feng Buping was in an even more pathetic state. Lightning flashed on his wings like maggots that could not be removed. The lightning not only penetrated Feng Buping's sword yuan, it also penetrated deep into his mortal body and struck his meridians. "Let's do it again." At this moment, Xiaohua shouted again, and the wishful staff swept across. The sound of the sweeping wind was much stronger than before, and there were also ripples at the head of the staff. Feng Buping did not dare to neglect. He took a deep breath, and his wings fluttered, catching the power of the wind blades, and waved the staff out. Dang, Feng Buping's body was unstable and flew back. Xiaohua was also shocked. It was his body that also flew back, like a leaf in the autumn wind. Haha, this guy has no strength left. Seeing this scene, Feng Buping's somewhat sunken heart glowed with vitality again. He was already close to exhaustion, and the limit of his sword origin. How could Xiaohua be any better? Now, whoever could persist to the end would be the winner. However, all of a sudden, an extremely bad feeling rose in his heart. This was a pure strange feeling, and there was no reason for it at all. What's wrong? Feng Buping hurriedly looked around, but in the entire battlefield, except for the two people who were fighting to the death, there was no abnormality. Moreover, within a dozen miles, it was completely shrouded in wind blades and heavenly thunder. Even if someone came, without the strength of nascent soul, it was impossible to invade. However, just when Feng Buping turned his eyes and saw Xiaohua's figure that was defeated by the wind bead, Feng Buping suddenly woke up. He hurriedly said, "Damn you little bastard." Unfortunately, Feng Buping was too late. Xiaohua pretended to be hit by Feng Buping and flew back more than 10 feet, and fell near the wind bead. Just when Feng Buping felt that something was wrong, Xiaohua had already used the wind escape, like a cloud floating to the side of the wind bead. With a wave of his big sleeve, the heaven and earth sleeve technique was used, and suddenly the wind bead was covered. In an instant, Feng Buping lost control of the wind bead. Feng Buping's face instantly turned pale. He clearly remembered that even the talisman given by the senior, which said that as long as he saw the soaring dragon scissors, even if a nascent soul cultivator was on the side, a sword transformation swordsman could not stop the talisman, but it was blocked by Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve technique. How could he stop Xiaohua? Sure enough, when Xiaohua turned his head, with a smile on his face, showing his white teeth, there was no light blue brilliance in the air, and the wind blades within a dozen miles had completely lost their lives, and the power of the wind howling immediately calmed down. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua grinned. However, if fellow Taoist gives me your life, I will be even more grateful. While speaking, Xiaohua's phoenix celestial body swung its claws, and dozens of thumb-sized heavenly thunder appeared out of thin air, striking towards Feng Buping. Xiaohua caught the lightning and quickly flew over, raising the wishful staff high. Feng Buping flapped his wings, and without the wind bead, it was difficult for him to control the spiritual energy within a dozen miles. He could only rely on the wind blades to barely block the dozens of heavenly thunder, and Xiaohua's wishful staff immediately sent him flying. Feng Buping was really flying backwards, completely flying away from the phoenix celestial body. Feng Buping was a little desperate, but he still snorted coldly. But at this moment, the brilliance around his body flashed rapidly, and the fluctuations that had begun to decline became weaker and weaker. This is bad. Feng Buping's struggle was immediately drowned out by reality. Feng Buping's divine sense swept and saw the mess within a dozen miles. He knew that it would not be easy to escape today, and then his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth, and the brilliance around his body suddenly grew, and then his wings seemed to have grown several feet. His whole body rolled up wind blades and flew towards Xiaohua. Old man, give me your life. Xiaohua naturally also saw Feng Buping's decline and knew that this guy was fighting like a cornered beast. He only needed to prevent him from jumping over the wall like a rabbit, and he would definitely be able to kill him. Fight! Seeing Feng Buping waving his magic staff, Xiaohua also raised his wishful staff to meet it, and the phoenix celestial body on the side of Feng Buping also waved its claws, and more than a dozen lightning bolts were drawn down from the sky by the celestial body. Dang! The two collided, and Feng Buping's strength was obviously declining, and Xiaohua effortlessly sent Feng Buping flying. Seeing that Feng Buping was also retreating in the direction of the phoenix celestial body, Xiaohua frowned slightly, puzzled. Could it be that this guy still has some tricks up his sleeve? Thinking about it, the phoenix celestial body's lightning struck Feng Buping, blocking Feng Buping's further approach. Feng Buping screamed, and the lightning around his body shone brightly, and in the dazzling lightning, the light blue brilliance bloomed with the lightning. Ouch! A palpitating feeling suddenly emerged from Xiaohua's karma hand. Xiaohua was shocked, and his figure hurriedly retreated, and the phoenix celestial body also flapped its wings, preparing to fly away. It was just that the phoenix celestial body was more than 400 feet, and just as the wind and lightning stirred, the brilliance around Feng Buping's body rapidly shrank, and his body of more than 10 feet also rapidly collapsed, and in a flash, it turned into a ball of thumb size. After the thumb-sized brilliance was annihilated, it turned into a ball of gray, and that gray color quickly rotated, gradually turning into black and white, and when the black and white colors were born, a strong suction force was born from the black and white colors. Whoa! The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding 3,000 feet rushed into the black and white. Along with this hurricane, everything within 3,000 feet, whether it was snow, ice, or green lake water, was lifted up and rushed into the black and white. This is a space crack? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Feng Buping, this old man actually risked his life to tear open a space crack. He only has the strength of a sword, how is it possible? But Xiaohua already had no time to think. That irresistible suction force had already torn his phoenix celestial body, and one of the Phoenix celestial body's wings had already been pulled into the black and white space crack. And at this time, that space crack had already shrunk to the size of a pinky. Go, I only need to hold on until this crack closes. Xiao Hua turned around, and used the thunder riding technique, pouring all the spiritual energy in his body into it. He understood that as long as he rushed out of the tear of this space crack, the Phoenix celestial body would naturally fly away with him. However, he had fought with Feng Buping for a long time. How much spiritual energy was left in his body? Although he tried his best to fly out and fight against the suction force of the space crack, he could only ensure that he was not sucked in. As for escaping from the suction of this space crack, it could only be said to be a dream. Chapter 2401. Ga, the Phoenix Avatar let out a mournful cry. Half of the Avatar was already pulled into the space crack. The lightning from the Phoenix's claws were all thrown into the space crack. It was completely useless. What should I do now? Xiao Hua tightly clenched his teeth and tried his best to absorb the Phoenix Avatar back into his body. However, his magic power was simply too weak under the power of space. It was even weaker than that of an infant. Ga, the Phoenix Avatar let out a final cry. The remaining half of the Avatar was quickly stretched out and was sucked into the space crack like a bird returning to its nest. At this time, the space crack was only the size of a grain of rice. However, the suction force was actually doubled. Xiao Hua's body was also involuntarily sucked back. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He slapped his hand and threw a green spirit pill into his mouth. A surge of magic power was produced from his meridians. Roar, the dragon transformation art suddenly revolved. The heaven infusion technique also poured the remaining spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, forcefully slowing down Xiao Hua's speed. Whoa, a whistling sound that was even louder than a dragon's roar came from midair. An incomparably huge force that even if Xiao Hua's cultivation was 10 times higher, he would not be able to resist pulled Xiao Hua towards the direction of the whistling sound. It's over. Xiao Hua was completely disheartened. Whoosh, just when Xiao Hua's figure was being pulled out of shape and was about to fall into the spatial crack, at this critical moment, the whistling sound suddenly stopped, and the enormous suction force also stopped abruptly. Xiao Hua's body shot up into the sky like a sharp arrow. That space crack, the space crack that Feng Buping used the secret technique of life to tear open, disappeared. Xiao Hua let out a long sigh of relief. A kind of joy of rebirth filled his chest. He somersaulted a dozen times in midair before stopping in midair. What a pity for my Phoenix Avatar. I was actually tricked by that bastard Feng Buping and actually fell into the space crack. Xiao Hua calmed down slightly and stood in midair. However, being able to keep my life is better than anything else. Immediately after, Xiao Hua sensed the primordial spirit that merged with the Phoenix Avatar. There was no trace of it at all. I wonder where the Phoenix Avatar fell. Damn it, looks like I have to take a look at that magic bamboo slip when I have the time. Space crack. Feng Buping, that guy, had just forcefully raised his cultivation base to the level of sword transformation. How could he tear the space apart? What kind of secret technique is this guy using? Thinking of Feng Buping's secret technique, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This time, we really suffered a big loss. Feng Buping's body is completely gone, and his storage bag is nowhere to be seen. I'm afraid that it fell into the space crack along with this damn thing. His secret technique is naturally untraceable. I even lost my Dharma body. Sigh, my Dharmakaya, how am I going to explain this to Fairy Hongxia? Soon after, Xiao Hua's figure descended from the sky. At this moment, the entire ice lake was in an abnormal mess. Not only was the entire ice lake completely gone, even the huge crater in the middle looked as if it had been hacked by countless giant axes. Also, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a dozen li had been sucked away by the space crack. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was like a gale blowing over. It was like the wind was swirling and the clouds were constantly changing. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and did not find any trace of Feng Buping's storage bag. He could not help but feel disappointed. Just as he was about to fly away, his eyes lit up again. He saw that on the distant stone wall, a fist-sized black spot had appeared within the green mountain. Magic staff, damn it, at least there is some compensation. Xiao Hua flew over and reached out his hand to pull out Feng Buping's magic staff from the stone wall. This magic staff was actually not sucked away by the suction force of the space crack. How lucky! Immediately after, Xiao Hua did not hesitate to put it into the space. He carefully looked around and made sure that there was nothing left behind. Only then did he immediately activate his remaining spiritual energy and flew towards the direction of Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine. The talisman that wanted to take away the Ting Jiao shears had already flown away. Who knew when the owner of the talisman would come? One Feng Buping almost caused Xiao Hua to fall into the space crack. If that person came, what good would Xiao Hua have? After Xiao Hua flew away, another 10 days passed. A faint golden light flew over from the north, swaying as it arrived. When it flew to the original ice lake, it immediately stopped. An extremely cold divine sense swept down, directly looking at the surrounding 10 li immediately. That golden light made another turn and flew towards the west. From start to finish, that golden light did not disperse, and there was no way to see the appearance of the person inside the golden light. Xiao Hua, after escaping from Feng Buping's calamity, used the hibernating thunder escape and flew towards Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine. He flew while taking medicinal pills, trying his best to recover his spiritual energy. After waiting for a day, he arrived at an even colder place. 10 li away from Xiao Hua, there was a huge ice lake. This ice lake was 10 times larger than the ice lake where Xiao Hua fought with Feng Buping. At this time, this ice lake had the same appearance as the previous ice lake. All the ice layers and lake water had disappeared, directly revealing the deep bottom of the lake. It was as if the woman in the same dress had all the barriers removed, all the secrets at the bottom of the lake were also revealed. Similar to the spirit stone mine at Golden Spring Mountain, there were many caves and many veins that were deeply engraved at various places at the bottom of the lake, crisscrossing. Of course, at this time, the bottom of the lake was in a mess. The flames, the smoke, the traces of magical weapons, the scattered bloodstains, and the corpses that were not completely collected, all showed how tragic the previous battle was. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over, only to see that within the spirit stone mine, it was already completely under the control of sword cultivators. Groups after groups of sword cultivators slowly searched the bottom of the lake, as if they were looking for surviving swordsmen. There were also some swordsmen escorting captured and injured cultivators, entering the spirit stone mine. The ones closest to Xiao Hua were some 6th-grade swordsmen that flew several hundred zhang away from the spirit stone mine. Yes, at this time, within the spirit stone mine, there is only 1 2nd-grade illusory swordsman and over 1,000 drawn swordsmen. As for the captured cultivators, I don't know how many. Xiao Hua concealed himself in midair, inwardly pondering, if I want to obtain news of Xiao Mao, I still need to find that captured cultivator. Or wait for the swordsman to gather all the cultivator corpses together. At this time, Xiao Hua's magic power was exhausted, he did not want to rashly cause trouble. After thinking for a moment, he found a nearby cave to hide in and took an azure spirit pill. When the morning of the 2nd day arrived, he felt that his magic power had recovered by more than half. Only then did he open his eyes, escape out of the cave, and fly above the ice lake. When he was near the patrolling sword cultivators, Xiao Hua used a concealment technique to conceal his tracks, and secretly flew into the spirit stone mine. After a night of rest, the spirit stone mine was already a lot cleaner. Many cultivator corpses were gathered together, waiting for a unified destruction. Xiao Hua slightly wrinkled his brows, carefully looking over the corpses. He did not see any that resembled Xiao Mao. However, he could not be sure. After all, he had not seen Xiao Mao for a long time. Since the search was fruitless, Xiao Hua could only once again enter the spirit stone mine. After capturing another swordsman, Xiaohua found the location of the captured cultivator. This was a rather large cave. In front of the cave, there were no swordsmen guarding it. There was only a long flying sword floating at the entrance of the cave. That flying sword slowly rotated at the entrance of the cave, faintly overflowing with sword light. Presumably, if a cultivator escaped from the cave, they would immediately be killed by this flying sword. Xiaohua looked left and right to see that there was no one around. As if nothing had happened, he revealed himself in front of the cave entrance. Just as his figure appeared, the flying sword at the entrance of the cave immediately sensed him. It suddenly flashed, and a sword light rushed out from the flying sword, piercing towards Xiaohua's throat. A mere sword formation dares to show off its power in front of this Xiao. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and with a universe in the sleeve, the sword light was immediately annihilated. Then, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and very easily took the flying sword from the entrance of the cave. He casually threw it into the space. Xiaohua was now proficient in the 7 stars great array, so this little protective sword formation was naturally not under his command. When Xiaohua stepped into the cave, he walked along the mountain path for more than 1,000 feet. His eyes suddenly opened up, and it was actually 1,000 feet wide space. It was clearly an abandoned spirit stone mine. At this moment, there were hundreds of Dao sect cultivators lying, sitting, and standing in the space. Moreover, these hundreds of Dao sect disciples were divided into several groups. They were whispering softly, and there were even moaning sounds. Only a dozen or so disciples were sitting cross-legged, adjusting their breathing. When they saw someone enter, everyone stopped whispering, and only the moaning sounds continued. Imperial Thunder Sect disciple? A sharp-eyed Xuanyan school disciple suddenly shouted, "You! Why did you come in?" What's so strange about it? This guy was also captured by the sword cultivators. A disciple at the side actually said with schadenfreude. I naturally know that this Imperial Thunder Sect disciple was captured. What I mean is, why is this Imperial Thunder Sect disciple here? That disciple explained. Then you'll have to ask him. After that disciple finished speaking, he ignored him and said something to the people beside him. Everyone had the same thought, and the whispers rose again. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and he already understood that these Xuanyan school disciples' cultivation was sealed. Regardless of magic power or divine sense, they were unable to use it. Naturally, they did not know that they were not bound. However, Xiaohua ignored them. His gaze was like lightning, and his footsteps were steady. As he walked, he looked around. After looking for a while, he still did not find any trace of Xiao Mao. At this moment, the bystanders also noticed that something was wrong. Fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder Sect, are you looking for someone? A seemingly amiable disciple whispered. N.I. Xiaohua was about to answer when he heard a slightly surprised voice from a distant corner. Xiaohua? You're Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiaohua. Oh. There's an old friend here? Xiaohua was stunned. In Xuanyan school, other than Zhuo Qingyuan and Xiao Mao, he did not know anyone else. Who could it be? However, that person limped out from the corner. Looking at the unfamiliar face, Xiaohua was not sure if he really knew this person. Chapter 2402. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "How do you know me?" That disciple stood there with difficulty and returned the greeting. Zhang Xiaojiang participated in the Taiqing Sect's Feather Immortal Assembly with fellow Taoist Xiao. However, we were not in the same group and never met. Fellow Taoist Xiao fought Yunjichong in the assembly, which was also witnessed by me, so I have a deep impression of fellow Taoist Xiao. Oh, I see. Xiaohua nodded, looked at Zhang Xiaojiang and said, "Since you are an old friend from the Feather Immortal Assembly, I naturally can't stand by and watch." As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand, and Zhang Xiaojiang felt his meridians loosen, and his true essence began to flow again. Oh, so fellow Daoist Xiao wasn't captured? Zhang Xiaojiang was overjoyed. When did I say I was captured? Xiao Hua waved his hand, took out some healing pills from the space, looked at the nearby disciples, and said, "These pills are for fellow Daoist Zhang." Great! Zhang Xiaojiang and the other storage bags were taken away by the sword cultivator, so how could they have healing pills? Xiao Hua's medicinal pills were a timely rain. Hearing Zhang Xiaojiang's cry, all the surrounding disciples quieted down, and their eyes flashed with surprise. Of course, Xuanyan School was a large sect after all, and the disciples didn't panic when they saw that there was a chance of survival. They all sat down quietly, waiting for Zhang Xiaojiang's rescue. Zhang Xiaojiang took the pills, slightly adjusted his breathing, and walked to the side of the Xuanyan School disciple. He hit this person with a spell, wanting to remove the sword cultivator's restriction. However, he tried several times, but it didn't work. He didn't know if it was because his magic power was insufficient or because the sword cultivator's restriction was strange. Xiao Hua frowned as he watched from the side. He also had the same plan, to let Zhang Xiaojiang save the Xuanyan School disciple himself, and he didn't need to do anything. Fellow Daoist Xiao, Zhang Xiaojiang said awkwardly, "I ask fellow Daoist Xiao to help." Xiao Hua didn't have anything to decline, but he still asked, "I came here to find a person, may I know which fellow Daoist has seen Xiao Mao?" Xiao Mao? Zhang Xiaojiang shook his head slightly. Clearly, he did not know Xiao Mao. Senior brother Xiao. A disciple in the distance hurriedly raised his hand and said, "I know Xiao Mao. However, the battle was too chaotic, so I don't know where Xiao Mao is. I don't know if he escaped or, is there anyone else who knows him?" Xiao Huafei asked. With a flick of his sleeve, he removed the restriction on that disciple. The next few disciples also said that they knew Xiao Mao, but none of them could tell where he was. "What should we do?" Xiao Hua frowned. Perhaps he really escaped. Fellow Daoist Xiao, what does Xiao Mao look like? Perhaps other disciples have seen it before? Zhang Xiaojiang saw that Xiao Hua was somewhat anxious, so he came up with an idea. Hee, this Xiao really doesn't know what Xiao Mao looks like right now. Xiao Hua laughed. When a disciple who knew Xiao Mao described his appearance, a tall and thin disciple immediately raised his hand and said, "I've seen this disciple before." "How is he?" Xiao Hua immediately removed the restriction on that disciple and asked anxiously. "He was restrained by an illusory sword cultivator and taken away." The disciple thought for a moment and said, "At that time, he was beside this disciple." There were also a few disciples who were taken away. They. Xiao Hua originally wanted to ask, where did they go, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that something was wrong. How could these disciples know where the illusory sword cultivator went? Sure enough, the disciple smiled bitterly. This disciple was also restrained by the illusory sword cultivator. "I don't know where they went." Thank you very much." Xiao Hua thought for a moment, looked at the hundreds of Xuanyan School disciples' longing eyes, and said with a smile, "Wait a moment. It's not that this Xiao doesn't want to remove the restriction for you, but this place is too dangerous. If this Xiao helps you remove the restriction, this Xiao's magic power will be gone, and I won't even be able to protect myself." Zhang Xiaojiang was somewhat disappointed in his heart. Just as he was about to say something, Xiao Hua said again, just like before, "Stay here obediently. In less than an hour, there will naturally be someone who will take you away." With that, Xiao Hua turned around and was about to leave, but as if he thought of something, he turned around and said a few words to Zhang Xiaojiang. Zhang Xiaojiang's eyes flashed with extraordinary splendor, and then he nodded slightly. With a clap of his hand, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and didn't stay any longer, floating away from the cave. Senior brother Zhang. After Xiao Hua left, the disciple familiar with Zhang Xiaojiang couldn't help but ask, "This Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Where did he come from? How could he come to my Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone vein? How could he easily break the sword formation of a sword cultivator? How could he directly come to this cave? Zhang Xiaojiang didn't wait for the disciple to finish speaking, and said with a bitter smile, "This brother also doesn't know. I only saw him at the Taiching Sect's Feather Immortal Assembly dozens of years ago, and we haven't seen each other since then. If it wasn't for the fact that his face didn't change, I wouldn't have been able to recognize him." Oh my, so he participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly before. The disciple nodded. No wonder he could so easily. Speaking of this, the disciple looked Zhang Xiaojiang up and down and asked curiously, "Senior brother Zhang, what's this Xiaohua's cultivation level? Since he participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly with you, his cultivation level should be similar to yours. How could he easily enter this place? The peak of the initial stage of the Foundation establishment realm." Zhang Xiaojiang had already recovered his cultivation level, so it was very easy for him to sense Xiaohua's concealed cultivation level. He answered without hesitation. Moreover, Xiaohua was only at the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm during the Feather Immortal Assembly. Strange, the disciple was even more confused. Senior brother Zhang couldn't break the sword cultivator's restriction, but he could so easily break it? Then, the disciple looked elsewhere. Those places were naturally the places where the disciples whose restrictions had been broken by Xiaohua tried to break the restriction for others. As for the jade slip that Zhang Xiaojiang gave Xiaohua, no one asked much about it. Everyone thought that it was the price Xiaohua had to pay for saving Zhang Xiaojiang, right? Putting aside the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples who were guessing Xiaohua's mysteriousness, Xiaohua himself came out of the cave and took out the flying sword again. He casually threw it on top of the cave. He didn't know how to set up a sword formation, but who didn't know how to do it? Xiaohua didn't believe that a sword cultivator who was currently busy would come here to check on the sword formation. Besides, he wouldn't give a sword cultivator the time to do so. After capturing a bright sword swordsman and asking about the location of the illusory sword swordsman who stayed behind, Xiaohua flew toward the depths of the spirit stone mine. Chapter 2403. In a brightly lit cave dwelling, Guanpeng was lazily sitting on a jade chair covered in spirit beast fur. His left hand was stretched out and his 5 fingers occasionally flicked as if he was plucking the strings of a zither. A sparkling and translucent jade cup floated above his left hand. As Guanpeng's fingers moved slightly, the jade cup rose and fell. The jade cup was filled with blood-red liquid. As the jade cup rose and fell, several drops of liquid splashed out. Guanpeng pursed his lips and several drops of liquid flew into his mouth. Guanpeng narrowed his eyes as if he was enjoying the taste of the blood-red liquid. After a long while, he opened his eyes and seemed to be talking to himself in his sleep. The taste of this blood crystal is truly ecstasy. These Dao sect cultivators really know how to enjoy themselves. Yes, wouldn't it be very lonely if one didn't have this kind of spirit wine to pass the time during one's dull cultivation? It's a pity that the warriors of my sword domain have to fight against soul cultivators every day to ensure the safety of our sword domain. What right do you Dao sect cultivators have to sit back and enjoy the credit of us swordsmen? After I take down this spirit stone vein, I will replace Xuanyan cult in managing the spirit stone vein. This blood crystal, TSK, I will have to taste it more in the future. Guanpeng was very pleased with himself. Although no one was listening to him, he was still talking. His faint voice drifted within the cave dwelling, sweeping past the jade table, the thick crystal pillars and landing on the luxurious decorations within the cave dwelling. Guanpeng could not help but feel pleased with himself. The sword cultivators had been drooling over the Dao sect spirit stone vein for a long time. However, during the fight for the spirit stone vein several years ago, the sword cultivators did not gain much of an advantage. Although they controlled a few spirit stone veins, most of them were similar to the spirit stone vein at Jinquan Mountain and were close to being abandoned. The sword cultivators also realized that while they were beating around the bush to lure the snake out of its hole, the Dao sect cultivators were also taking advantage of the situation and playing hard to get. The Dao sect cultivators were not working behind closed doors like they had imagined. On the other hand, Guanpeng's failing sword manor had received a piece of news. Xuanyan cult had the northernmost spirit stone vein in the Gale snowfield. Of course, this news had not been confirmed. Because the Gale snowfield was originally a part of the sword domain, Dao sect cultivators rarely came here. It was extremely inconvenient for Xuanyan cult to mine spirit stones here unexposed. Therefore, the failing sword manor sent Guanpeng to investigate this matter and see if the news was true or false. They also gave Guanpeng several hundred disciples. Of course, among these several hundred disciples, there were pregnant swords and also unsheathed swords. It was better than nothing. Failing sword manor did not take this matter seriously, but Guanpeng did not think so. He wanted to stand out in the sword battle. Using this opportunity, he not only joined forces with his good friend Liao Qingkong from the Flying Feather sect, but also got to know Yuming from the Quilted Mountain sect and Feng Buping from the herd of Makuz Valley. They had planned for a long time and made use of Xuanyan cult's golden core cultivator Pang Chongtian's desire to make a big contribution to the Gale snowfield to set up an ambush to lure the Dao sect cultivators. Of course, luring Pang Chongtian was only a bait. Guanpeng's real goal was to let Pang Chongtian lead them to Xuanyan cult's spirit stone vein and find its location. They had hidden thousands of swordsmen near the Gale snowfield, and these swordsmen were the main force attacking Xuanyan cult's spirit stone vein. Damn it, the heavens are really helping me. Allowing me to make a big contribution. Thinking of this, Guanpeng still had a smile on his face. If there were only the four of us illusory swordsmen, this Xuanyan cult's formation would not be easy to break. Who would have thought that someone would come to help at the crucial moment? It's a pity that Pang Chongtian realized his mistake in the end and used his death to activate a secret technique to cover Jiang Shan and the rest's escape. I was ambushed by that bastard, otherwise I would have followed them. Who? Just as Guanpeng was feeling proud, he suddenly sensed something and waved his hand. A red plum blossom bloomed from his hand and rushed through the jade cup in the air. The blood-red spirit wine in the jade cup spilled onto the red plum blossom. The drops of juice were like droplets of blood. Ha ha ha, you can actually detect my tracks, your cultivation is really not bad. Laughing, Xiaohua's figure appeared on the other side of the cave. Xiaohua's figure appeared and with a wave of his hand, he took out the yang leaf fan. With a wave of his magic power, a thumb-sized fire snake flew out from the yang leaf fan and pounced on the red plum blossom. Sizzle, with a series of sounds, the fire snake wrapped around the red plum blossom. Like the passion of a rainy night, the fire snake excitedly killed the delicate red plum blossom. Oh. You're not that Seven Skills sect. No, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Seeing Xiao Hua's young face, Guanpeng's expression suddenly changed. Why are you here? Hee, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked around. He smiled and said, is it very important for me to be here? It seems, your life is more important than my goal, right? Ha ha ha, Guanpeng laughed loudly. A Dao sect disciple whose cultivation is not even at the middle stage of foundation establishment dares to threaten me, an illusory swordsman. If this were to spread, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? Yes. Xiao Hua took a step forward and sat down on a jade chair. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, if an illusory swordsman were to fall at the hands of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how big of a joke would that be? Humph. Guanpeng clapped his hand and the red plum blossom sword appeared in his hand. The red plum blossom on the withered branch bloomed. If I were you, I wouldn't try it so easily. Xiao Hua coldly looked at the red plum sword without the slightest fear. This Xiao wants to make a deal with you with great sincerity. If you insist on teasing this Xiao's bottom line, this Xiao doesn't believe that a seriously injured illusory swordsman can escape from this Xiao's hands. You talk too much. How could Guanpeng take Xiao Hua's words to heart? With a wave of his hand, the red plum blossom sword appeared. Red plum blossoms the size of a fist flashed with a sword intent that could kill everything in winter. They swarmed toward Xiao Hua like a swarm of bees. Wherever the red plum blossoms passed, traces of coldness were drawn in, causing the water element's spiritual energy in the air to flicker with a faint light of ice. Sure enough, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily flew up from the jade chair and waved his sun leaf fan again. A fist-sized fireball flew out from the sun leaf fan like the rising sun and rushed into the air. The flames on the fireball burned fiercely, illuminating the entire cave and all the red plum blossoms. "Explode!" Xiao Hua coldly shouted. The fireball exploded with a loud bang. Countless tiny flame fragments fluttered like fireflies and rushed toward the red plum blossoms. Swish swish, a series of burning sounds could be heard. Guanpeng's red plum blossom flying sword was completely enveloped in flames. Whenever the flame threads approached the red plum blossoms, an irresistible heat wave would immediately break the ice of the red plum blossoms. The red plum blossoms were gradually annihilated by the fierce sword light in the cave. Similarly, the sparks also slowly disappeared. "Humph, you're just a junior who relies on magic treasures." Seeing the power of Xiao Hua's sun leaf fan, Guanpeng forcibly suppressed the boiling sword origin in his body. He opened his mouth and a small dark red sword whistled toward Xiao Hua. As the small sword flew out, a slight blush appeared on Guanpeng's face. Moreover, the sword light around his body also flickered frequently. Xiao Hua was also somewhat flustered. He waved his sun leaf fan with all his might. Another fireball that was slightly smaller than the previous one flew out and met the small sword. The small sword was very agile. It shuttled back and forth between several zhang as if it was dodging the fireball. However, the fireball was not inferior. It blocked the small sword and prevented it from passing through. Swish, the small sword saw that it could not avoid it and stabbed toward the fireball. The fireball suddenly lit up and was immediately annihilated. The small sword actually pierced through the fireball and stabbed toward Xiao Hua's face with incomparable speed. Tsk tisk, Xiao Hua's face was a little panicked, but he still clicked his tongue. His figure flashed quickly, and in an instant, he dodged the flying sword. Then, he waved his Yang Yi fan again, and a fire net covered the entire small sword. Seeing Xiao Hua's fast-flying technique, Guanpeng suddenly thought of a name and said with some astonishment, You're that terrifying phoenix from the Imperial Thunder Sect? Hee, not bad, it's really me." Xiao Hua's figure floated down and looked at Guanpeng with interest. His face was immensely proud. "Since you know it's me, you still dare to provoke me? However, since you've already made your move, don't blame me for being ruthless." As he spoke, he raised his sun leaf fan again and waved it toward Guanpeng. Wait, at this moment, Guanpeng suddenly raised his hand and said, "Terrifying Phoenix, you said you wanted to make a deal with this old man. I wonder what it is." "What? Are you afraid?" Xiao Hua's face showed a trace of pride. The waving of his sun leaf fan stopped and the brilliance on it also slowly extinguished. "Afraid? Ha 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 ha!" Guanpeng laughed loudly. "You're only a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Even if you have some secret technique, can you resist this old man's illusory sword technique? You're called Terrifying Phoenix, but you're just a shining swordsman. That's the name of a swordsman. To be honest, in this old man's eyes, it's just a joke." Xiao Hua's face alternated between red and green, as if he was very embarrassed. He said with a bit of shame and anger, "Since that's the case, this Xiao is too lazy to make any deal with you. Come, this Xiao wants to see who will die here today." As he spoke, he waved his sun leaf fan again. Hee, little friend Xiao, don't be impatient." Guanpeng saw Xiao Hua's shame and anger and hurriedly waved his hand. However, he was secretly amused and said to himself, "This little cultivator fishing for fame. If you're not afraid, then make your move." Xiao Hua said coldly and looked again at the small sword trapped in the fire net. Ha ha ha! Guanpeng laughed and casually sat down. He resumed his previous lazy appearance and methodically poured a cup of blood crystal. He took a sip and said, "Little friend Xiao, have you drunk this blood crystal before?" This. Xiao Hua was stunned and didn't understand Guanpeng's meaning. After a while, he replied, "This Xiao doesn't like spiritual wine. I don't know what blood crystal is." Chapter 2404. Oh. You don't know what blood crystal is, so how do you know it's spiritual wine? Guanpeng ignored the small sword that was enveloped by the fire net and continued to speak patiently. What do you mean? Xiao Hua was a bit anxious, as if he had something on his mind. Little friend Xiao, don't be anxious. Guanpeng laughed, my life is in your hands, but I'm not anxious. What are you anxious about? Could it be that you're afraid I won't be able to complete the deal with you if I die? This. Xiao Hua was a bit speechless. Hee, I don't mean anything by saying this. I just want to tell you that just like you know blood crystal is the best spiritual wine in Xuanyan school, but you don't have the chance to taste it. My flying sword is indeed trapped by you, but if you want to kill me, you won't have the chance either. At the very least, I can use a sword cultivation secret technique to drag you down with me. I don't believe you. Xiao Hua said resolutely. You don't believe me? You can try. Guanpeng leisurely took a sip of spiritual wine, squinted his eyes, and quietly looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua waved his sun leaf fan, and flames burst out from the fan, like a roaring fire phoenix. However, this fire phoenix flew up a few feet and then fell back down. Xiao Hua sat down with a smile. How could I be an unintelligent person, falling into your trap? Hee, little friend Xiao is indeed powerful. Guanpeng didn't miss the opportunity to flatter Xiao Hua, as expected of a terrifying phoenix. It's nothing. Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with pride. I'm only here to negotiate with you. If I take your life, it's not worth it. Oh, right, I still haven't asked for your name. I'm Guanpeng from Flying Spirit Mountain Village. Guanpeng didn't hide and said generously. Good, Senior Guan. Xiao Hua also cupped his hands and said, Senior is older than me. Here, there's no difference between Dao and sword. I'll call you Senior. Little friend Xiao is indeed talented. Guanpeng smiled and returned the greeting. All right, I won't waste any more time. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said, when I used the secret technique to come in, the sword cultivation disciples were cultivating. Someone might come in a while, I'm very scared. Hee, it's good that little friend Xiao knows. Guanpeng was still smiling. You and I are only here to discuss a deal. If both sides benefit, then I won't cause any more problems. We can't talk about mutual benefits right now. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and said very honestly, Senior Guan can only use his life to agree to this Xiao's conditions. And, go ahead, this old man is listening. Guanpeng did not hesitate and asked in a low voice. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. His eyes turned slightly, as if he was thinking of something. Guanpeng saw it clearly. Senior Guan, Xiao Hua looked around and said with a smile, it seems that there are 3 senior illusory swords in the Gale Snowfield, right? Where did they go? Them? Guanpeng sneered, they naturally went to Yin Yang. They naturally went to the place they wanted to go. If they were here, how could this old man, Yin Yang? Xiao Hua frowned. However, he couldn't stay here any longer. He wanted to use a thunderous method to restrain Guanpeng, or even kill him. The problem was that he wanted to know where Xiao Mao was taken to by the illusory swordsman. He didn't know if his Buddhist sect's divine ability would be able to obtain the information he wanted from Guanpeng's soul. After all, a sword cultivator had fought with a soul cultivator for many years. Xiao Hua couldn't take that risk. Since they aren't here, this Xiao can rest assured. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Guanpeng suddenly asked, could it be that you didn't encounter it? Who? Xiao Hua was stunned. It's fine. Guanpeng sneered, if you met them, you wouldn't be standing here right now. Humph, Xiaohua didn't say anything. What about Ling Yunwu? Guanpeng asked again. Who is Ling Yunwu? Xiaohua asked curiously, then sneered, don't try to stall for time, this Xiao is the one asking you questions. Ling Yunwu naturally died at Golden Spring Mountain. Forget it, what does the Ling Feng sword sect have to do with this old man? This old man doesn't need to care about their life or death. Tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with this old man? Guanpeng sighed slightly and asked again. Xiaohua smiled, looked at the small sword within the flames, and said, actually, what this Xiao wants to do, does Senior not know? Do you still need this Xiao to say it? You want to save those hundreds of cultivators from Xuanyan School? Guanpeng said proudly. Clap clap, Xiaohua clapped and laughed, talking to smart people is really easy. This Xiao hasn't even opened my mouth, yet Senior already knows. That's impossible. Guanpeng flatly refused, those are hundreds of cultivators, to this old man, it's a great merit, this old man definitely can't let it go. Ha 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 yes, to Senior, it's a great merit. But to this Xiao, isn't it also a great merit? Xiaohua laughed loudly, this Xiao braved death to come here, isn't it for this merit? If you have the heart, save those hundreds of cultivators from the hands of my sword cultivators, your merit will be even greater. Guanpeng said disdainfully. Xiaohua smiled with interest, how do you know this Xiao didn't save those 400 cultivators? Why do you think this Xiao won't fight? Oh. You, actually really saved those 400 cultivators? Guanpeng was somewhat astonished. Humph, how could there be 400? Xiaohua was angry, there are less than 200 cultivators left. Humph, Guanpeng was also angry, you only have 200 cultivators left, what about my swordsmen? How many did you kill? In a sword battle, you and I are enemies, what's the point of saying so much? Sigh, yes. Xiaohua sighed, it's precisely because of this that this Xiao came to negotiate with you. Don't tell me you also captured my hundreds of swordsmen. Guanpeng was clearly somewhat astonished. Xiaohua said honestly, this Xiao doesn't have any swordsmen. This Xiao only has you, the illusory swordsman. Hee, you don't seem to have completely controlled this old man, right? You have too much confidence in yourself. Guanpeng had an indescribable smile on his face, as if he didn't care about Xiaohua's threat at all. Xiaohua was very clear in his heart that Guanpeng had just forcefully activated his natal sword origin, causing his injuries to worsen again. If he hadn't forcefully supported himself in front of him and fought for leverage, he would have already collapsed. However, Xiaohua didn't expose him, and said with a smile, this matter isn't just based on words, if Senior doesn't want to make a deal with this Xiao, then just say it, we'll part ways. Of course, seeing Guanpeng's somewhat cold face, Xiaohua clapped his hands, and said, how can Senior's life be compared to those several hundred Xuanyan School disciples? Senior has taken down Xuanyan School's spirit stone mine. This kind of great merit, since the start of the war, how many people have been able to achieve this kind of great merit? However, if the person who achieved this great merit silently passes away, wouldn't that be a pity? This merit would just be taken advantage of by others. This old man is fighting for sword domain, how can I care about these false merits and false reputation? Guanpeng replied with a stern expression, this old man would rather die together with you, and definitely won't make an unscrupulous deal with you. Sigh, admirable, Xiaohua cupped his hands, his face extremely respectful, and said, I didn't think that there would be such a righteous person like Senior among sword cultivators. Humph, Guanpeng sneered. Pity. Xiaohua turned his head and sneered again, pity that Senior is dead, who would still remember Senior? That Ling Yunwu, the swordsman that Senior mentioned just now, to be honest, they didn't die in this Zhao's hands, but they were trapped by the great array of Mount Quanjin and died in the end. But their deaths, who is responsible for it now? Isn't it this Zhao's head? Who would still think of the dead Ling Yunwu? When mentioning him, they would first mention this Zhao. Their deaths can only make this Zhao's name, what else can it do? Immediately after, Xiaohua looked at Guanpeng's small sword, and said with a sinister smile, "Naturally, Senior can also sacrifice his life for righteousness, then, in the end, it will also make this Xiao. Another illusory swordsman's death is related to the terrifying phoenix. Why wouldn't this Xiao be happy? Actually, I won't hide it from Senior, this Xiao came this time to kill Senior, but seeing Senior, we can be considered to have hit it off, so I said a few more words." Guanpeng coldly looked at Xiaohua. He wanted to urge the flying sword more than once, but that flying sword only had a trace of connection with him. It wanted to rush out of Xiaohua's fire net several times, but it was all to no avail. He clearly knew that Xiaohua's magic power was only so, if his sword origin wasn't damaged, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Unfortunately, this was only if, in this world, there was never anything lucky. Didn't Xiaohua see through this point, so he stood here facing an illusory swordsman and spoke with assurance? "Little friend Xiao, if you could remove the seal of those hundreds of cultivators, you wouldn't have come to find this old man, right?" Guanpeng didn't miss the opportunity to remind him. "That's right. Xiaohua didn't hide anything, this is also one of the reasons why this Xiao came. At the same time, it's also because of this that Senior has the opportunity to enjoy this so-called blood crystal." As Xiaohua spoke, he flicked his finger, and a thumb-sized fireball mysteriously appeared near Guanpeng. With a pang sound, it shattered the jade cup filled with blood crystal, and that fireball swallowed the spirit wine and the jade cup, turning everything into ashes in a moment. Samadhi true fire? Guanpeng's eyes narrowed, seeming to be a little angry and a little surprised. Little friend Xiao really has some skills. Are you trying to show off your power to this old man? Hee, since you sword cultivators call me a terrifying phoenix, how can this Xiao let down sword cultivators' love? Xiaohua smiled proudly. As for showing off my power? It's not that, this Xiao is just reminding Senior to not have any superfluous thoughts. Alright, this Xiao will take his leave first, I will wait for Senior's decision. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the magic power in his hand surged. That fire net, carrying Guanpeng's small sword, slowly flew to Xiaohua's side. Xiaohua's hand seemed to be holding 1,000 heavy object. Withdraw. Xiaohua formed a hand seal, and that fire net gradually shrank. After it turned into a ball, it fell into Xiaohua's sleeve. Then, Xiaohua glanced at Guanpeng, slowly walked out of the cave, and disappeared. Calm to vote for it. Chapter 2405. Seeing Xiaohua leave, Guanpeng narrowed his eyes. It was unknown what he was thinking. He had a kind of intuition that Xiaohua had used the secret technique from before to hide near the abode. If he wanted to escape or send a message to others, Xiaohua would definitely appear without hesitation and kill him. Immediately, that kind of feeling of being bullied by dogs, which had always filled his heart, incomparably reached the lowest limit. A foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he concealed his cultivation, he's only a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He actually dares to threaten me in front of me, Guanpeng's heart was unsettled, hundreds of thoughts came one after another. But in the end, they all turned into, even if he's a foundation establishment cultivator, but today, as long as he makes a move, my life will be gone. If my life is gone, what merit is there to talk about? It seemed that everything he thought of just now had become a pipe dream. Guanpeng's heart was extremely conflicted. Looking at a place in the abode where Xiaohua seemed to be hiding, Guanpeng clenched his teeth and shouted, "Men!" Not long after, a swordsman with a bright sword cultivation ran in. He bowed and asked, "Martial Uncle Guan, do you have any orders?" "Call Guan Qi over." Guanpeng's command made that sword cultivator baffled. Yes, this disciple understands. That sword cultivator didn't understand why Guanpeng didn't send a summoning talisman to call Guan Qi. He only bowed and left. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, another sword cultivator who looked somewhat similar to Guanpeng quickly walked in. He looked around and bowed. Uncle Zhu, what orders do you have? Guanqi, I just received a message from your Grandmaster Feng. He has some ideas. Guanpeng pondered over his words. He wants to use the several hundred disciples of Xuanyan school as bait to ambush some Dao sect cultivators. Or perhaps, he would let these cultivators lead his disciples to attack some of the Dao sect's mines. I'm a bit hesitant right now and want to discuss it with you. Very good. Guanqi only thought for a moment before nodding. Grandmaster Feng is an expert. He must have a certain degree of certainty for him to have such an idea. Moreover, he doesn't use my failing sword manners disciples, so why shouldn't we? But, what if he fails and these disciples escape? Guanpeng asked. Don't worry, Guanpeng waved his hand and said, most of these Daoist sect disciples are at the aura refining stage. There are only a few foundation establishment stage disciples. They are merely the coolies of Xuanyan school, so there's no point in keeping them. Besides, who knows how many cultivators we've killed in the Spirit Stone mine? These several hundred cultivators are nothing. I understand. How about this, I'll leave this matter to you. Guanpeng nodded. I presume you already know some of the secret passages of the Spirit Stone veins? Yes, I do know. Guanqi smiled apologetically. Even if I don't know, I can just look for that Dao sect cultivator. Don't tell me they don't want to live? Good. Guanpeng asked again, what are you going to do? Guanqi was a bit puzzled as to why Guanpeng would ask such a detailed question today. However, he still replied respectfully, although I'll handle this matter, I still want all the swordsmen in the Spirit Stone mine to know. I plan to find a few close disciples and tell them the reason for this matter. Then, I'll lead those Dao sect cultivators into the secret passage. When they've all flown away, I'll pretend to notice, and, not bad. Let's do that. Guanpeng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more. You have to make sure they can really escape. Don't let Feng Buping find fault with us. I understand. Uncle Zhu, please don't worry. Guanqi bowed and retreated. Those Dao sect disciples have already escaped quite far away with the Jindan cultivator. The disciples who are chasing after them might not be able to encounter them. Sigh, this old man neglected that Jindan cultivator, and that secret passage. Guanpeng sighed slightly and waved his hand to indicate that disciple to leave. How is it? Little friend Xiao? Guanpeng asked softly in a probing manner. His figure stood at the entrance of the cave and did not return to his seat. Ha ha ha, not bad. Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded throughout the cave. It was impossible to identify where he was. Since Senior keeps his word, this Xiao cannot be an untrustworthy person. As his voice fell, Guanpeng's small life sword actually flew in from outside the cave. Guanpeng did not dare to be negligent. He first smiled with his divine sense, then opened his mouth and the small sword entered it. Senior, we will meet again someday. Xiao Hua's voice once again resounded outside the cave. We will meet again someday. Humph, Guanpeng coldly snorted, then slowly walked out of the cave. He even felt tired of staying in this cave for a moment longer. Guanpeng thought that Xiao Hua had already flown out of the Spirit Stone vein. After exiting the cave, he immediately formed a seal and entered the cave. He patted his hand and took out the jade talisman that Zhang Xiaojiang gave him. After looking at it for a moment, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up and he fled in a certain direction. After traveling for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua arrived at a very secretive place. He saw that this was a cave densely covered with restrictions. Above the cave, there was a faintly flickering brilliance that overflowed with different runes. The runes contained an extremely strong magic power fluctuation, indicating that the restriction here was extremely powerful. Xiao Hua extended his left hand and opened his Dharma eye. After looking for a moment, he once again fled into the cave's stone wall. When he reached the top of the cave, he discovered the weak point of the entire formation. Immediately after, Xiaohua took out the rabbit's spirit talisman and struck it on the formation, easily entering the cave. He had already made sufficient preparations, but when he saw the neatly arranged spirit stones that were as dazzling as moonlight stones in the cave, he could not help but click his tongue in amazement. After no less than an hour, Xiaohua finally left the spirit stone vein. He concealed himself and flew into the air with a satisfied smile on his face. After flying for 100 miles, Xiaohua finally revealed himself. He frowned as he thought, according to what that sword cultivator disciple said, the only place nearby that can be called Yin-Yang is the Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. There definitely isn't any other place. However, why did those illusory swordsmen bring Xiao Mao and the others to the Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain? Do I need to call Li Zongbao? But immediately after, Xiaohua shook his head. Forget it, Li Zongbao only barely has the strength of an early-stage gold core. He just killed a few bright swordsmen and consumed a lot of his true essence. How can he deal with the illusory swordsman? Or Mo La will lose his life. Besides, this young master will have to show his skills again. He claims to be number 1 under gold core. If I let him see, wouldn't he be ashamed? It's better not to call him. Finished thinking, the sound of wind and thunder appeared around Xiaohua's body. He used thunder-controlling movement and flew towards the north where he saw the smoke rising from. Speaking of which, Xiaohua was worried about Xiao Mao, so he pushed his imperial lightning travel to its limits. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he streaked across the sky. Even if he has it, I'm afraid he won't show it to me. Xiaohua scratched his head. I reckon I'll have to think of another way. If I can refer to it, perhaps the cultivation method of the mighty Vajra Dharmakayas can also be used on the bloodline of the real bloodline? Or perhaps, I can cultivate another Dharmakayas. When had the always stingy Xiaohua suffered such a big loss? It was inevitable that he would constantly grumble in his heart, wanting to find an opportunity to recoup this loss. However, Xiaohua didn't think about the number of top-grade spirit stones in his space. Even Xuanyan School would be heartbroken by that amount. Of course, Guanpeng wouldn't be heartbroken. That bastard simply wouldn't know that there were so many spirit stones. Time always passed quickly when one was calculating. 2 days later, Xiaohua's eyes were filled with a hazy fog. He saw endless fog rising from the ground and mountain ranges in the distance of hundreds or even thousands of li, rushing straight up into the sky. This fog was also different from normal. It floated up for thousands of zhang, but still didn't condense. It was still in that kind of gaseous state. If this area wasn't too big and the fog wasn't transparent, Xiaohua would have really thought that he had arrived at Yulian Mountain. Such a large area, Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and couldn't help but be a bit flabbergasted. Previously, when he followed Li Zongbao from afar, he only saw a small area. Moreover, that sword cultivator also said Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. Twin Spring Mountain, as the name suggests, one mountain and one spring. How could Xiaohua have thought that there were so many mountains and so many springs? How should I find it? Xiaohua frowned. His figure slightly descended and rushed into the continuous fog. But inside the fog, there was another scene. Similar to the other places in the Gale snowfield, this Twin Spring Mountain was also an ice lake. However, there was no thick layer of ice on top of the ice lake. Instead, it was a faint green color. However, within these green ripples, there were many fountains. Some were high and some were low, and they were spurting out. The high ones were more than 10 zhang, and the low ones were only a few feet. Are these all spurting out from the ground? Xiaohua was very curious. He unconsciously flew to a fountain. This fountain was several zhang tall and had already left the surface of the lake. It immediately emitted a steaming mist that continuously soared into the sky. The water droplets that were like scattered flowers also flew towards the surface of the lake from several zhang above. Countless ripples appeared on the surface of the lake near the fountain. Accompanied by the sound of the water droplets falling on the surface, it was really like rain hitting a banana leaf. This water is extremely hot. Xiaohua thought to himself as he stroked the fountain with his hand. Then, he looked at the other fountain. That fountain was right beside this fountain, and it was only 3 meters tall. The water droplets that it sprayed out were obviously larger than the water droplets from this fountain. Moreover, there was no mist coming out of it. Instead, it was replaced by fine mist that looked like ice shards. The water droplets fell on the surface of the lake and seemed to have condensed. However, when they fell into the lake, they could no longer be found. Xiaohua also touched it with his hand. He knew that this water was extremely cold. Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. Xiaohua flew up again and pondered. I'm afraid that these two springs are different. This is actually similar to the Yin-Yang spring water in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. However, seeing that there are so many things, it is also normal. It can't be too rare. Oh, while Xiaohua was flying, there were some faint flashes on the surface of the lake in the distance. Xiaohua couldn't help but notice it. It's actually a rain lotus. The rain lotus was a kind of spiritual flower. It was born after the rain, and when the rain stopped, it was somewhat similar to the rainbow epiphyllum. It was not considered a precious spiritual object, but it was rare, so it appeared to be rare. Xiaohua had only heard of it, but had never seen it before. He didn't expect that he would be able to see it today in the Huan country in the far west. However, just as the white snake stretched out its head to swallow the rain lotus, he had already reacted. He waved his left hand and was about to use heaven and earth sleeve. However, seeing the white snake, Xiaohua couldn't help but whisper, "Little White?" However, this white snake was obviously not Little White. Xiaohua's hand also stopped. After all, the rain lotus was useless to Xiaohua. However, it was extremely useful to the white snake. Moreover, the rain lotus was about to wither. Looking at the white snake's appearance, if Xiaohua didn't fly over, it would have already eaten it. It was no wonder that the white snake glared at Xiaohua. Did he want to delay his cultivation? However, the white snake's glare was quite vivid, causing Xiaohua, who had just received benefits from the rain lotus, to twitch his mouth. Seeing the rain lotus slowly retracting back into the lake water, Xiaohua's heart moved. He formed a water-dispelling seal and rushed into the lake water. He saw that under the lake water, a few feet away, there was a pink arm-like root. At this time, it had already begun to slowly sink into the lake water. Xiaohua knew that this must be the root of the rain lotus. He didn't hesitate to stretch out his hand, wanting to put the root into his space. However, at this time, an ice-cold water arrow emerged from under Xiaohua's body and directly pierced towards Xiaohua's lower body. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that it was the white snake from before. "Can't you stab somewhere else?" Xiaohua was angry. He waved his hand and released a confinement technique. Huh! Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the white snake was actually a lot more flexible in the water than in the air. His confinement technique was actually dodged by the white snake. This white snake is a bit strange. However, immediately after, the white snake moved a few more times and continuously spat out ice thorns from its mouth. Each of them pierced towards Xiaohua's lower body. Never ending. Xiaohua was angry. He stretched out his hand and slightly bent his 5 fingers. A powerful force was produced from his hand. A whirling current appeared in the lake water and rushed towards the white snake. The white snake saw that the situation wasn't good. It curled its tail and quickly rushed into a nearby huge rock wall and disappeared. He was molested by a little white snake. Xiaohua was a bit resentful. However, he still didn't have the thought of killing the little white snake. However, just as Xiaohua put the root of the rain lotus into his space and was about to fly out of the lake water, a dozen little white snakes suddenly appeared from the uneven rock wall with many small holes. They all spat out ice thorns. Each of the ice thorns pierced towards Xiao Hua's lower body, courting death. Xiao Hua was indeed angry. A little white snake molesting him was one thing, but you actually teamed up with a dozen little white snakes to molest him. Do you really think that I, your father, am a gigolo? Go. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a dozen or so fireballs flew out and struck towards the dozen or so little white snakes. However, to Xiao Hua's surprise, the moment the scorching fireballs flew out of Xiao Hua's hand, they were immediately annihilated, and not a single spark was left behind. This lake water is really strange. I'm afraid it's because of the extreme cold and extreme heat. Xiao Hua didn't have time to think about it. He also waved his hand. A dozen thick ice thorns also appeared and shot towards the dozen little white snakes. However, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, the dozen ice thorns also melted and couldn't pierce through. Are you kidding me? Xiao Hua could only fly up and dodge the little white snake's ice thorns. Looks like the fire and water attributes are all useless. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. Then, he opened his mouth and the Death Dream Sword flew out. It shook slightly and turned into 16 flying swords, quickly stabbing towards the dozen little white snakes. Whoosh! The little white snake was obviously extremely sharp. When it saw the flying swords fly out, it immediately retreated back into the rock wall. Hee, after molesting this young master, you want to escape? You really know how to think. Xiao Hua sneered. He activated the water dispelling technique and went to the rock wall. His body swayed and fell into the rock wall, using the earth escape technique. Seeing that Xiao Hua could actually escape into the rock wall, those white snakes that had some intelligence were dumbfounded. They were really as anxious as snakes that had lost their homes. They hurriedly fled. However, when Xiao Hua escaped into the rock wall, he was also stunned. The rock wall was riddled with holes and there were many thin walls. It was simply several times more than the streets of Sky Patrol City. Once those little white snakes scuttled in, they immediately disappeared without a trace. It's that guy, Xiao Hua's divine sense locked onto the little white snake from before. He activated the earth escape technique and chased after it. That little white snake was obviously very familiar with the paths inside the rock wall. Its escape was as smooth as mercury flowing down the ground. Moreover, it often slipped out of a very strange fork in the road when Xiao Hua was not paying attention, causing Xiao Hua to be somewhat unprepared. Hee. After chasing for a while, Xiao Hua's anger had already subsided. It was more important for him to find Xiao Mao's traces. Why would he be angry with this little white snake for no reason? Immediately after, Xiao Hua smiled faintly, and his figure flew up. Chapter 2408. But at this moment, a sound like a tiger pouncing and a dragon roaring came from in front of Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua was still inside the rock wall, the sound actually shook the rock wall, and the brilliance around Xiao Hua's body flickered a bit. Oh! Xiao Hua was shocked. He quickly scanned with his divine sense, and when he saw the situation several hundred feet away, his eyebrows relaxed and his flying figure turned forward. When Xiao Hua came out of the rock wall, he was in the middle of a huge lake. This lake was very different from the previous one. There were only ripples in it, and very little water was gushing out. Only near the center of the lake, there was a fountain that was several hundred feet wide and several hundred feet tall. It was emitting hot steam, and it was continuously gushing out. This fountain had just appeared in the middle of the lake, and the huge sound was the sound of this fountain coming out. It seems, there's nothing strange about it. Xiao Hua looked for a moment, and his divine sense and Buddhist sense spread out. Apart from a lot of steam rising, it was clearly much hotter than other places, but he didn't see anything strange. Just as he was about to fly away, more than 200 feet to the left of the fountain, another huge sound came, and it was also like a dragon roaring and a tiger roaring. But within the range of several hundred feet, countless bubbles fiercely boiled. Although the range was small, it was almost the same as the power of the Sunset Island rising from the sea. Another fountain gushed out from the surface of the lake. But this fountain wasn't as tall as the previous one, and it was only several dozen feet. Following the appearance of the fountain, another wave of biting cold wind rushed into the steaming hot air. However, the hot air was similar to what Xiaohua had seen previously. It did not condense and continued to rush up into the sky. But when the cold wind blew past Xiaohua's face and merged with the steam, Xiaohua actually felt like a willow wind blowing on his face. Solitary yin doesn't give birth, solitary yang doesn't grow. This extremely hot spring water will be accompanied by this extremely cold spring water. Xiaohua only smiled slightly, and was about to fly away again, but at this time, the extremely cold spring water gradually turned red. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua's magic power dispersed, and he stared at the spring water again. The red water wasn't much, but it was enough to dye the entire spring water red. The red water droplets sprinkled down from the sky, making the misty lake look a bit strange. But then, there was even more red water, and it was actually very thick, very close to dirty blood. Woo! A light sound came out, and several tattered Taoist robes sprayed out of the ice spring, and the rags fluttered like butterflies. Xiaohua's pupils shrank. Following that, several mutilated corpses were also spat out. They were all broken arms and bones, and they were covered in sword scars. There was even a greenish-white color where the wounds were, as if they had just been cut off. The ice, the spring water, the green, and gradually, the spring, the water, the lake, the ice of the lake, and gradually, of the ice. He of course, and of the Taoist, of the Taoist. Of the ofs, was of. These corpses were wearing ordinary Taoist robes, and he couldn't tell which sect they were from. Moreover, the corpses were all badly damaged, and he couldn't tell whether they were male or female, or what age or cultivation they were. These corpses were sprayed out from the ice spring. Although they were unsealed, they must have been frozen underground. Who knows when these cultivators were killed? What was the reason for their deaths? Xiaohua sighed inwardly. I don't know which sect they were from, and no one would know if they died here. Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He turned his head and saw that 2 storage pouches had actually flown out of the ice spring. Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. He waved his hand and the storage pouches that had been thrown high into the air landed in his hand. The storage pouches were in his hand, and the coldness on them was transmitted to Xiaohua's hand. Just as I expected. Xiaohua smiled, and his divine sense entered the storage pouches. It's actually so cold? Seeing that the array in the storage pouches had already collapsed, and everything had disappeared, Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked by the coldness of the ice spring. Xiaohua casually threw the storage pouch into the lake, and without any hope, he looked at the other storage pouch. Fortunately, although the formation of the storage bag had already collapsed, there was still a corner of the token that was exposed in the collapsed void. Xiaohua hurriedly took out the token. Oh, this is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua was shocked to find that this was actually a token used by the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples. After he immersed his divine sense in it, he found that it was the token of a female cultivator from the Conversion Thunder Palace. A disciple of the Conversion Thunder Palace? Xiaohua naturally thought of the beast cultivators he met before entering the Gale snowfield. Xiaohua didn't have time to clean up the corpses of the Conversion Thunder Palace's disciples who died under the claws of the beast cultivators, and the cultivators he met during this period weren't disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua also didn't think of asking others to help him pass this information back to Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to take out the command tokens that he'd put into his storage pouch. Sure enough, these command tokens were all the same. However, from the tokens, it couldn't be said that the owners of these 2 storage pouches came together with the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple. However, since they weren't far away and they were all disciples of the Conversion Thunder Palace, then there was a possibility. To save or not to save? Xiaohua hesitated. He thought of the message from the Conversion Thunder Palace's disciple and knew that a gold core master of the Conversion Thunder Palace was in danger. But if I save this master, then Xiao Mao may not be able to save him? This was the reason for Xiao Hua's hesitation. At this time, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of the Phoenix celestial body. Damn it, if I cultivate the Phoenix celestial body to the extreme, it should be able to become a real celestial body. Or the external incarnation technique that the Empress mentioned, then I won't have to hesitate like this. The two of us can go and save the two of us. To save this gold core master. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Xiao Hua immediately made a decision. For an intermediate gold core cultivator to be trapped, it must be extremely powerful. I'm afraid I won't be able to help much. Moreover, even if I save it, my background will be exposed, so it's better not to save it. Besides, Xiao Mao is closer to this gold core master than this gold core master. I have no reason not to save my family first. Xiao Hua waved his hand and kept the token into the space, then his body flew up. However, he had only flown a few meters, and had just arrived above the ice spring when the ice-cold aura caused Xiao Hua to suddenly be shocked. That's not right. I came here to look for Xiao Mao, but I was actually attracted by a Yu He, and even I was teased by a dozen little white snakes in succession. I actually came here to chase the little white snakes. I also saw the ice spring spurt out, and the ice spring was filled with the corpses of the Conversion Thunder Sect's disciples. If it was another sect's disciple, I wouldn't say anything, but this Conversion Thunder Sect's disciple is obviously related to the Gold Core Master from before, and I haven't sent any information about that master back to Sky Patrol City. Isn't this a series of karma? Could it be? I didn't come here to save Xiao Mao. Instead, I came here to save this master. Chapter 2409. If such obvious karma is placed in front of me, and I turn a blind eye to it, then how can I improve my karma hand? Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization, and he didn't hesitate any longer to form the water-dispelling seal and enter the rippling lake water. Xiao Hua always felt that the karma hand should be comprehended. However, apart from fusing that wisp of primordial spirit with the karma hand, he had no other method. At this moment, there was a kind of enlightenment in his heart. Perhaps discovering karma and unraveling karma was also a cultivation method, and it was often said that entering the world to gain experience was like this. This lake water was azure, and there were no excessive impurities in the water. Not to mention the white snake, even some seaweed and the like were extremely rare. He could see the bottom at a glance. Xiao Hua urged his magic power, and when he dived down several hundred feet, a powerful force was produced, preventing him from diving down. Xiao Hua understood that he didn't have the water escape technique, and this water-splitting seal was just a trick. Then, he swept his divine sense and flew to the stone wall he came from before, and continued to use the earth escape technique to dive down into the lake. Unfortunately, after the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua's earth escape technique had reached its limit, and he couldn't go down anymore. However, looking at the lake water, he still hadn't reached the deepest part. Good, Xiao Hua was really surprised. This lake water is almost deeper than the Guihe Sea, right? The ice and hot springs spurted out from such a deep place. How powerful is that? However, since I can't dive to the bottom of the lake, the Golden Core seniors of the Converted Thunder Palace shouldn't have been able to dive so deep, right? Then, where did their corpses come from? Xiao Hua understood after thinking for a bit. There must be a passage under the lake. Then, Xiao Hua released his Buddhist sense again. However, his Buddhist sense couldn't go very far under this mountain range. An indescribable heavy pressure was suppressing his Buddhist sense from all directions, and he couldn't extend it far at all. His divine sense was even more impossible. It's really strange. Xiao Hua felt that there weren't any restrictions in this mountain range, and he was somewhat puzzled. Maybe it's the power of heaven and earth? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua cautiously opened his Dharma eyes. In his Dharma eyes, he saw that the mountain range was completely filled with a faint blue brilliance. This brilliance was somewhat similar to the spiritual energy of the water world, but it was also different. There was a faint murderous pressure. What the hell is this? Xiaohua used his transcendence vision to observe for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out the situation. He could only close his transcendence vision and ponder again. It's very obvious that this place should be the periphery of this kind of thing. If we go further down, we might come into contact with the core. That core formation master is probably trapped inside. This young master hasn't even seen this thing before, so how can I possibly decipher it? The current Xiaohua was no longer the previous hothead who dared to go anywhere. Even in the face of danger, he knew how to retreat. Forget it, let's find out where the core formation masters are first. Xiaohua's figure flew towards the other direction of the lake. It's just that Xiaohua, who didn't have Buddhist knowledge to rely on, was like an ordinary person on a flat road. He could only take one step at a time, and it was very strenuous to find him. Let's get Little Silver to come out and help. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua took Little Silver out of the space. Chirp chirp, there was still half a stalk of spirit grass in the corner of Little Silver's mouth as it looked around in bewilderment. The spirit stone in front of him was a dark blue color, which was the best water-type spirit stone. This was also rare on Dawn Rain Continent. It wasn't easy for Little Silver to be able to distinguish it from a distance and bring Xiaohua here. If he let Little Silver lead the way again, there would definitely be more spirit stone veins ahead. As for the location of the Golden Core Masters, Little Silver might not be able to find them. Take it. What else is there to think about? Xiaohua said to himself. If you don't take the ready-made spirit stones, the heavens won't let you find them next time. Xiaohua then took out the ancient dragon silver and started to chisel. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had put a lot of spirit stones into the space. However, this was a spirit stone vein after all. Although it was very small, there were still a lot of them. But with Xiaohua alone, it would take a lot of time. That's right, how could this young master forget about these puppets? Xiaohua abruptly stopped and slapped his forehead. Previously at Quanjin Mountain, I was afraid that others would find out. Furthermore, the jade essence was too hard, so this young master had to do it himself. This is a spirit stone vein. Isn't this the time for the puppets to do their work? Then, Xiaohua waved his hand, and numerous puppets were taken out and started to work. Xiaohua clapped his hands and fled in the direction of the spirit stone vein. After fleeing for a while, he saw many caves and tunnels appear before his eyes. He immediately understood that there was a spirit stone vein at the bottom of Yin-Yang Twin Springs Mountain, and what he had found was only a corner of it. However, after he carefully followed the tunnel and searched for a while, he didn't find any traces of swordsmen or cultivators. There were only a few scattered spirit stones and a few damaged low-grade flying swords that were thrown into the cave. Xiaohua came to a realization. This is the same as Mount Quanjin, an abandoned spirit stone mine. Furthermore, it's a sword cultivator's spirit stone vein. In that case, the Golden Core Masters of my Imperial Thunder sect discovered this spirit stone vein and found the tunnel to enter the vein. But after they entered, they fell into it? Xiaohua scratched his chin and came up with some plausible conclusions. A place that a Golden Core Master could find must have spirit stones, right? Otherwise, why would she go there? Thinking this, Xiaohua could only pull Little Silver out of the space again. Looking at Little Silver again, he was really angry. Hadn't he just sent him back? Why was he being pulled out again in such a short time? And he still wanted him to rest? Little Silver chirped, looking completely indifferent. Hee, Xiaohua smiled evilly and stretched out his thumb, wiggling it up and down as if he was nodding. Seeing this, Little Silver's eyes flashed with a novel expression, and he immediately pounced over, his little tail wrapped around Xiaohua's thumb, his body wiggling up and down as Xiaohua nodded. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, Little Silver was happy, and without waiting for Xiaohua to give him any instructions, he darted out of Xiaohua's hand again. He didn't follow the tunnel at all, and directly escaped into the rock wall. Seeing that Little Silver didn't hesitate at all, Xiaohua was amused. Needless to say, if it wasn't spirit stones in front of them, then it wasn't anything good. Little Silver's nose was worthy of a spirit-seeking mouse's nose. However, after entering the rock wall, Little Silver was a little hesitant. His nose twitched all over the place, not up and down, and the path he escaped in was also crooked. After a meal, Little Silver suddenly scuttled down in a straight line. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Little Silver came to an abrupt stop. His little head turned left and right, and with a whoosh, he jumped out of the rock wall. Xiaohua followed, and in front of them was actually a pitch-black tunnel. In the darkness, Little Silver's two mouse eyes were abnormally bright. It wasn't until Xiaohua took out the Minghua stone that he could clearly see that this was a 1 zhang wide and narrow tunnel. The tunnel was unusually clean, and there were no broken stones or anything like that. Furthermore, there were faint drops of water dripping down the walls of the tunnel, which condensed into water under Xiaohua's feet, and flowed quietly down the tunnel into the depths. What's wrong? Xiaohua looked at Little Silver, who was still in midair, and wondered why it wasn't moving forward. Who would have thought that Little Silver would actually squeak twice, then turn over and lie down in midair with its belly facing up? Its four little paws were curled up slightly, and only its little tail was stretched out as straight as a pencil. What are you doing? Xiaohua was quite puzzled, but after a while, Little Silver still didn't move, as if it had lost all signs of life. Xiaohua instantly understood. It turned out that Little Silver was saying that it was too dangerous up ahead, and it didn't dare go forward, or Little Silver was reminding him that there was a life-threatening danger up ahead. I got it. Get up. As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, Little Silver stood up with a whoosh. Damn it, when did you understand my voice? Xiaohua asked very strangely. Who would have thought that Little Silver would actually squeak again, and it really was answering Xiaohua's question. Forget it, take me to the place just now. Xiaohua didn't care what Little Silver was saying as he instructed. Squeak squeak. Little Silver wagged its tail and easily drilled into the rock wall. Forget it, it's better than nothing. Xiaohua always felt that holding something in his hand was the only way to feel at ease. The tunnel was actually very long. Xiaohua didn't dare to fly too fast. He only used ordinary flying techniques to move forward. He saw more than 10 Imperial Thunder sect symbols, but the tunnel still didn't have an end. What are sword cultivators doing? Why did they dig such a long tunnel for no reason at all? Why didn't they do a job with a bright future like mining? What are they doing here? Xiaohua was really somewhat baffled. Spiritual sense couldn't be used here, so sword cultivators naturally didn't know what was in front of them. Why did they dig such a long tunnel in the spirit stone vein? However, the pitch-black darkness was still the same, but the sound of flowing water was getting louder and louder. From the gurgling sound of a stream to the rumbling sound of a flood, there was actually a feeling of 100 rivers returning to the sea. Another 2 hours passed. Xiaohua didn't know how deep he had flown down the tunnel, but suddenly, he felt a kind of enormous suction force in front of him that wanted to suck him in. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily urged his magic power, and his whole body flashed with brilliance, holding his body back. Then, he looked up again. The edge of the bright flower stone's brilliance was already misty, and the uneven surface of the tunnel could no longer be seen. This is the end of the tunnel. Xiaohua understood. Moreover, this end is still connected to another place. Xiaohua slightly turned his eyes. In a very conspicuous place on his left hand, there was another symbol of the Imperial Thunder sect. Then, Xiaohua slowly flew to the edge of the tunnel, but he saw that the end of the tunnel was a huge abyss. In the abyss, there was a huge gale blowing down from the top. That enormous suction force was caused by the gale. Xiaohua stuck his head out to look at that pitch-black bottomless abyss. On the four walls of the abyss, there were countless small streams of water flowing out from the cracks, or from the tunnel. They poured onto the protruding rock walls, and rolled towards the bottom of the abyss. The sound of the streams converging resounded throughout the entire abyss. Xiaohua threw his hand, and the bright flower stone drew an arc in the air, flashing brilliance, and fell into the abyss. Seeing that brilliance disappear like a meteor, Xiaohua frowned. This abyss seems to be very deep. The Golden Core stage master of the Imperial Thunder sect is trapped below. Hey, are you okay? Xiaohua shouted at the top of his voice, but his voice was pulled down, and there was no echo. The gale in the abyss whistled down, and it was very strong. It tore apart the streams of water, and also tore apart Xiaohua's thoughts. Just this gale alone wasn't difficult for Xiaohua, but the key was that he couldn't use his divine sense, making Xiaohua feel uncertain about the bottom of the abyss. Forget it, since I'm here, and the Golden Core stage master can go down, this Xiao can naturally also go down. Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the protective brilliance around his body flickered. It was no different from the protective brilliance of a Golden Core stage cultivator, and he jumped down. Sigh, how good would it be if I had a Phoenix Dharma body? Xiaohua's figure was swept down by the gale, and he thought of the Dharma body's wings again. When he stabilized his figure, he leaned against the side of the abyss's rock wall, then he urged his magic power and slowly descended. Xiaohua was abnormally careful, but after descending for more than several hundred zhang, he didn't see anything strange. Everything was extremely normal. The more peaceful it was, the more Xiaohua's heart was apprehensive, and he clenched the sun leaf fan in his hand tightly. The wind blowing from above the abyss is increasingly stronger, and it's also a lot heavier. It's slowly going to exceed the limit of the defense. As Xiaohua fell into the abyss, he gradually discovered the abnormality. Moreover, the bottom of this abyss is even colder, and it's gradually approaching the extreme cold of the ice spring. Let's go down a bit more if it exceeds the limit of the defense. I'm afraid I'll have to think of another way. Xiaohua didn't have any defensive magic treasures, and he was indeed somewhat stretched, so he thought to himself. Immediately after, he fell for more than several hundred zhang. Xiaohua felt the pressure around his body increase, and the protective brilliance around his body flickered. Just as he was about to urge his magic power again, suddenly, several dozen large tunnels appeared beside Xiaohua, and from those tunnels, a strong hurricane blew out. These hurricanes combined with the gale from above the abyss to form a powerful force. Moreover, this unforeseen event was especially sudden, and Xiaohua was caught off guard, and his entire body lost its balance. With a loud woo, he rushed down the abyss along with the hurricane. Peng, misfortune never comes alone, and Xiaohua rapidly fell for several hundred zhang. The pressure within the hurricane in the abyss suddenly increased, and the protective golden light could no longer hold on, and was quickly annihilated. Oh no! Xiaohua hurriedly urged his magic power again, and his body flickered with brilliance again with great difficulty. Xiaohua's strength was comparable to a late-stage gold core, but after all, he didn't have a gold core in his body, and most of the divine abilities of gold core cultivators were unable to be used. Of course, it was fortunate that his magic power was deep, and once the protective brilliance was annihilated, he urged it again, and he was still able to stabilize his body with great difficulty. Just when Xiaohua felt that his body was stable, another hurricane appeared around the rock wall, and joined the gale. This time, Xiaohua was truly unable to stabilize his body, and he did his best to urge his magic power to protect himself. Like a windmill, he spun rapidly, and rushed to the bottom of the abyss. Can gold core cultivators still have other methods? Xiaohua's brain was spinning rapidly like his body. How did they enter this abyss? But at this moment, with a loud paw, water splashed everywhere, and Xiaohua fell solidly on the abnormally firm rock wall. And the defense that Xiaohua had just urged his magic power to was instantly destroyed. Damn it, this young master understands. Xiaohua's body was finally considered to have been tempered countless times, and now it was abnormally firm. Although his entire body was faintly sore, he could still clap his hands and force himself to stand up. This was a huge protrusion that extended from the rock wall, forming a so-called platform. It covered a small half of the abyss, and Xiao Hua fell on it. Presumably, a gold core master also fell here, or else how could this abyss be the end? Xiao Hua stood up, and his body was still resisting the howling gale. However, since there was a platform blocking the gale, the pressure on his body was greatly reduced. Xiao Hua walked around the platform, but didn't see a place that could lead him to the depths of the rock wall. Unconsciously, he came to the edge of the platform, and saw that on the opposite side of the platform, there was a faint brilliance. Although it was blurry, he could still see it clearly. Xiao Hua stretched out his arm, and just as he touched the hurricane, with a pang sound, Xiao Hua's arm was immediately sucked back by the hurricane. And, there's nothing on the platform, then I can only fly to the brilliance on the opposite side. Even if there is an entrance under this platform, I can still see it clearly when I reach the opposite side. This was why Xiao Hua didn't use the lightning escape technique, and instead used the wind escape technique. Sure enough, his body became much more stable in the hurricane. Although the heavy pressure still couldn't be eliminated, it was enough for Xiao Hua to easily fly from the platform to the place where the brilliance came from. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, there was actually a 10 zhang long fissure on the opposite cliff. It split the entire cliff in half, and the brilliance was emitted from that fissure. However, the brilliance was still in the depths of the crack, and Xiao Hua still couldn't see it clearly. Moreover, when Xiao Hua's body fell into the crack, he discovered that there was no gale blowing in the crack, no matter if it was blowing in or out. The rock pillar was inside a huge space. Shwa! Suddenly, an intense green brilliance flashed from the 200 zhang tall rock pillar, attracting Xiao Hua's attention. However, when Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at the green brilliance, the sword light around him suddenly flashed, like the reflection of sunlight on a mirror, dazzling Xiao Hua's eyes. Not good, Xiao Hua secretly shouted in his heart. Seeing that there were 4 flying swords around him, he hastily flew back. However, it was already too late. The scene around Xiao Hua was completely distorted, and the rock pillar, the crack, and the light all disappeared. The 4 flying swords vibrated, and countless sword lights surrounded Xiao Hua. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua was completely surrounded by the sword lights. Following the appearance of the 4 flying swords, the rock wall around Xiao Hua completely disappeared, revealing a huge space. In that space, there was an incomparably huge rock pillar standing in the center. It turned out that the sword formation formed by the 4 flying swords relied on the combination of the crack and the rock pillar. When one's attention was focused on the rock pillar, they would involuntarily fall into the sword formation. Even though Xiao Hua was already extremely careful, he still fell into the sword cultivator's trap, and was not happy at all. Looking at the sword formation again, there were several corpses within the falling sword lights. Although these corpses were covered in sword wounds, and some of them even had their hearts and lungs pierced, these corpses were perfectly preserved and lifelike. One of them was a female cultivator with grizzled hair and an appearance of a middle-aged woman. Xiao Hua only felt his vision blur, and countless sword lights pierced towards him from all directions. Everything in front of him disappeared, and the entire world was only filled with sword lights. High up in the sky, the sword lights were like a riot of falling flowers, each of them painful, each of them dazzling. In his left hand, the sword lights were like raindrops hitting banana leaves, each drop killing gods, each drop suffocating. In his right hand, the sword lights were like autumn leaves drifting, each of them melancholy, each of them sorrowful. Even under his own feet, there were countless whistling sword lights, like gushing flames of anger, piercing straight out. Xiao Hua did not hesitate, and the wishful staff in his hand danced. The sky-piercing staff technique was really amazing, and it was really watertight. With a burst of crackling sounds, all the sword lights were shattered, and the spiritual power in Xiao Hua's body was urged to fly in one direction. However, Xiao Hua's spiritual power was not urged, and once it was urged, a powerful force of imprisonment immediately pressed down from all directions. It simply did not allow Xiao Hua to struggle, and all of a sudden, it penetrated his body and imprisoned Xiao Hua's true essence. Damn it, what kind of bullshit sword formation is this? Xiao Hua was shocked because this force of imprisonment was really fierce. With the strength of late gold core stage, Xiao Hua could not struggle. Needless to say, according to Xiao Hua's estimation, even if Daoist Jing Ru and other nascent soul stage cultivators came, they would not be able to resist. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's strength was not imprisoned by the formation. Waving the wishful staff, Xiao Hua was still able to easily knock down all the flying swords. Since he could not fly, Xiao Hua could not stop his feet. While waving the wishful staff, he retreated. He would rather fall into the abyss than be trapped in this sword formation. However, Xiao Hua's calculations had long fallen into the calculations of the sword cultivator. Xiao Hua walked for a while, but his figure did not leave the place for half a minute. Chapter 24:12. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua's staff shadows surged, tightly protecting his entire body. However, the sword lights seemed to be endless, swarming down like a swarm. They were simply like snowflakes fluttering in the sky. Moreover, with Xiao Hua's resistance, the power of the sword light became stronger and stronger. Xiao Hua's staff also gradually became heavier. Needless to say, if Xiao Hua did not have any special means and only passively defended, even if his divine power was amazing, sooner or later he would be crushed by the increased power and be like the scattered corpses on the ground, pierced by thousands of swords. Xiao Hua, who was in the middle of the situation, was naturally anxious. He was clear about the danger. Go! Xiao Hua took the time to wave his hand and urged the dragon transformation art. He forcibly urged a trace of spiritual power and took out the Tingjiao shears. The Tingjiao shears flew out and cut towards the distance. Unfortunately, the golden light of the Tingjiao shears cut through a large area of sword light. However, if it wanted to hit the flying swords and break the sword formation, it was still impossible. Just when Xiao Hua was free to urge the dragon transformation art, the Tong Tian staff technique had a flaw. Two sword light passed through the gap between the staff shadows and stabbed towards Xiao Hua's neck. Grandma, isn't this sword formation too powerful? Xiao Hua was shocked. He knew that his skin was rough and his flesh was thick, but he did not dare to be intimate with the sword light. In a hurry, he threw out the Tingjiao shears with his left hand and punched the sword light. Xiao Hua's Big Dipper God fist was still powerful. It hit the back of the sword light. After a pang sound, it was followed by a kacha sound. The sword light actually broke like a real flying sword. As for the other sword light, Xiao Hua used the ethereal steps and easily dodged it. After dodging the two sword lights, he saw that the Tingjiao shears was like a clay ox entering the sea. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the Tingjiao shears returned to the space. There was no longer a trace of spiritual power in his body. Sigh, Xiao Hua bit his lip. His brain was spinning rapidly, but what could he do without spiritual power? After thinking for a moment, he waved the wishful steel staff in his right hand and tried to protect his body. With some effort, he opened the Dharma eye in his left hand to see if there were any flaws in the sword array. In his Dharma eye, four resplendent sword lights were suspended at the four corners of the sword formation. Four different colored lights flew out from the sword lights and circled around the sword formation. They intertwined with each other and formed a mysterious trajectory as they flew towards Xiao Hua. The four different colored lights then formed different colored lights, which looked very dazzling. There's someone else in the sword array? Just as Xiao Hua was examining the flaws in the sword formation, he suddenly saw a ball of blue light flickering under the blue brilliance of the sword light. However, the brilliance was extremely faint. If Xiao Hua hadn't carefully examined it, it would have already passed by. Could it be a gold core stage master of my Imperial Thunder sect? Xiao Hua woke up, so he waved the wishful steel staff while walking towards the blue brilliance. It was strange to say that no matter how Xiao Hua flew just now, he could only wander in the same place. Even if he walked, he could not leave half a step. He stared in one direction with his Dharma eye. Although he felt that his body was walking randomly in the sword array, he was getting closer and closer to the blue brilliance. When the blue brilliance was near, Xiao Hua could clearly see that it was a fist-sized bead. It emitted a thin brilliance that covered an old woman with gray hair. The old woman's body was full of blood. "And you are extremely good." Dui Miaoqing's face revealed a smile. This old woman was still thinking that my corpse would be left behind in the foreign territory. Now that I have met Martial Nephew, I have someone to rely on. After this old woman dies, I ask Martial Nephew to bring this old woman's corpse back to Imperial Thunder Palace. Martial Uncle, please don't say such disheartening words. This disciple still has to rely on Martial Uncle's divine ability to break the array. Xiao Hua said anxiously. Dui Miaoqing looked at the injuries all over her body, then looked at the thin brilliance. She shook her head and said, "This old woman's injuries are very serious. Even pills can't heal them. The time has been delayed for too long. If not for my persistence, I would have died long ago. The magic power of this misty tide bead is also about to be exhausted. In a few more moments, this old woman will be killed by the sword." Xiao Hua quickly walked in front of Dui Miaoqing and silently chanted the word "grow" in his heart. The wishful staff grew to about 3 feet. It danced in front of Dui Miaoqing to protect her, helping to block the sword light that fell in front of her. "Xiao Hua, this magic staff of yours is actually a strange object," Dui Miaoqing said in a low voice. This old woman fell into the sword array. Even after using many magic treasures, I still couldn't block it. In the end, I had to use the misty tide bead to barely block it. However, if I only rely on this magic staff to block the sword light, I won't be able to break the sword array. I'm afraid that in the end, I won't be able to escape. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and replied, "Junior knows. Junior is preparing to go under the flying sword that's setting up the formation and see if I can knock it down." "Oh. You can see the flying sword array?" Dui Miaoqing was a bit shocked. This great array is really to restrict cultivators like me. All of my divine sense and magic power can't be used. I'm afraid that cultivators won't be able to break the array unless they have a sword array or other means. And this junior has a secret technique that can see the flying sword array. Xiao Hua said without hesitation. "Senior, please wait a moment. This junior will be back soon." And Dui Miaoqing nodded slightly, a trace of hope appearing on her face. But at this moment, a sharp sword light streaked across the sword array, piercing through Dui Miaoqing's body defense and stabbing into her chest. "See," Dui Miaoqing felt pain and said anxiously, "Why did this sword light suddenly become sharp?" Xiao Hua suddenly realized that it was because of his arrival that the sword array's power increased, right? But without waiting for him to speak, Dui Miaoqing hurriedly said, "Xiao Hua, I'm afraid this old woman won't live for long. This time, I came to the Gale Snowfield to investigate the cause of death of my Dui Hui from Dui Lei Palace." This old woman found Dui Hui's message not far from the Gale Snowfield. It seemed that she was aware of some secret of sword cultivators, so she took the risk to come here. As soon as this old woman entered the tunnel of the mineral vein, I felt that something was amiss, so I first sent my disciples back to send a message. This old woman entered alone. But this old woman still fell into the sword cultivator's trap. You must break out of this sword array and send this news back to the Imperial Thunder Sect or the Sky Patrol City. Tell them that this place is related to the outcome of the battle between sword cultivators and that they must come here to investigate carefully. In addition, Xiao Hua, your cultivation base is enough. Don't go any further. Ahead will definitely involve the great secret of sword cultivators, and the sword array will definitely be more powerful. Remember, remember. At this point, Dui Miaoqing's face flushed red. It was obviously the final radiance of the setting sun. Dui Miaoqing's life force was already gone, so the tide bead lost its connection with her primordial spirit and fell from the sky. She's also a pitiful person. Even though Xiaohua didn't know how difficult Dui Miaoqing's life as a gold core cultivator was, just based on the fact that all her inheritance was given to Xiaohua after her death, his heart was filled with sorrow. Chapter 24:13. Dui Miaoqing had fallen, but her corpse could be easily sent into the space. Xiaohua even received the tide bead, and then he waved the wishful steel staff and walked towards the closest flying sword. But when he reached the flying sword, Xiaohua was dumbfounded again. The flying sword was hanging high above. Even if he stretched the wishful steel staff to its maximum length, he still couldn't reach it. Now that he couldn't fly, how could he do it? Xiaohua thought a little and used the ethereal steps. The light body technique was now in effect. Although it was not high, it could still be barely reached in his eyes. Just as Xiaohua waved the wishful steel staff and took out the magic wand to hit the flying sword suddenly jumped up and then shook. A flying sword fell from the flying sword and stabbed straight at Xiaohua's forehead. "Grandma, this trick also won't work." Xiaohua cursed and casually hit the flying sword with the wishful steel staff. With a dang sound, the flying sword was not broken. It only shook slightly and broke into Xiaohua's body. Not good. Xiaohua's heart jumped. His right hand didn't have time to clench into a fist, so he had to open his mouth and release the execution dream. With a dang sound, it hit the tip of the flying sword. Sparks splashed and the flying sword was shocked into several pieces. However, these several pieces once again turned into several swordlights and continued to stab towards Xiaohua without mercy. Separate, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the flying sword, and the execution dream immediately turned into several, facing the several sword lights. Finally, all the sword lights were destroyed. "Grandma," Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief, and his forehead was really sweating. "Oh, it's a little weird." Xiaohua suddenly realized something at this time. All the spiritual sense in the sword array was imprisoned, and he couldn't use any spells at all. But how could he use his spiritual sense to drive the flying sword? Didn't Martial Uncle Dui say that? Only the magical powers of sword cultivators can be used here. The magical powers of other cultivators are restricted. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and he finally thought of a way to escape. However, since he was confident, he opened his Dharma eyes slightly and walked out of the sword formation. He wanted to see if he could walk out of the sword formation. However, when he had only taken a few steps away from the flying sword, an incomparably sharp sword chi blocked his way. That sword chi was light blue in his Dharma eyes, like a wall. Although Xiaohua had yet to approach, that sharp sword chi had already cut through his Taoist robe. Xiaohua had no doubt that if he were to force his way through, even if he had tempered his body for a long time, he would still be cut into pieces by this sword chi. Forget it. If that's the case, I can only use my sword formation to counter your sword formation. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He slowly walked back to the center of the sword formation, and with a wave of his hand, the sword pouch flew out. "Rise." Xiaohua pointed with his finger, and his primordial spirit used the sword pouch's method of using it. Keng keng. 7 consecutive sword cries rang out, and the flying swords of Ling Yunwu and the others flew out from the sword pouch. When the 7 flying swords flew out, they immediately flashed with 7 resplendent lights inside the sword formation, illuminating the area around Xiaohua. Within the light, the flying swords also fiercely trembled. Keng. They emitted faint sword cries, and these sword cries became increasingly deep and powerful. In the end, the 4 flying swords in the formation also emitted faint sword cries. The 7 flying swords fell into the sword formation, and very naturally, they arranged themselves according to the sword pouch's formation, forming the appearance of the 7 stars formation. A faintly discernible sword intent was emitted from the sword tip, covering Xiao Hua from head to toe. Inside the 7 stars formation, all the sword lights fell into the boiling water like snowflakes and disappeared without a trace. What made Xiao Hua even more happy was that the sword lights outside the 7 stars formation also stopped and no longer fell into the 7 stars formation. Great! Xiao Hua let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although the wishful staff didn't dance, it was still in his hand to deal with any accidents. After resting for a moment, Xiao Hua walked out of the Great Array, and the 7 stars Great Array moved along with him. Fortunately, the incomparably sharp edges of the sword array were considered nothing within the 7 stars Great Array. Xiao Hua very easily escaped from the sword array surrounded by the 4 flying swords. When Xiao Hua came out of the sword formation, the 4 flying swords began to slowly vibrate, and it seemed like they were going to hide in the stone wall. In the space of several dozen feet, the illusion of the stone wall appeared again. Oh, this is Martial Uncle Dui Hui. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over and saw the lifelike corpse of the female cultivator. Her Daoist robe was similar to Dui Miaoqing's. Xiao Hua drove the 7 stars formation and walked over, storing the several corpses into the space, and then he immediately activated the sword formation. In just a moment, everything returned to its original state. In front of Xiao Hua's eyes was a huge dome. Below the dome was the 1,000-meter-tall rock pillar that he had seen before. The bottom of the rock pillar was extremely deep, like a huge spindle reaching into the depths of the rock abyss. Is there a big secret of sword cultivators here? Xiao Hua looked around the rock pillar. It seemed that there were cracks all around, and those cracks had faintly disappeared just now. In other words, the rock pillar was surrounded by the sword formation laid out by the 4 flying swords. No matter which direction you came from, you had to pass through the sword formation in order to reach the rock pillar. If someone said that there was no big secret inside the rock pillar, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't believe it. But what kind of secret was inside the rock pillar? Of course, Xiao Hua wasn't in the mood to investigate at this time, because Dui Miaoqing had already said that this sword formation couldn't be resisted by a middle-stage golden core cultivator, so it must have been set up by a swordsman. Xiao Hua boasted that he wasn't interested in a secret that could be valued by a swordsman. His task was to bring Dui Miaoqing's message and Dui Hui's suspicion back to Sky Patrol City. His task didn't include finding out this secret. That was something a nascent soul cultivator had to do. Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao had to save them. As soon as he turned around, Xiao Hua prepared to escape into the rock wall. He understood that this place was already deep under the lake, and the force inside the rock wall was very strong. As long as he didn't resist, he would definitely be sent to the surface. However, just as Xiao Hua turned around, a feeling of reluctance came from the bottom of his heart. Oh! Xiao Hua was stunned. Puzzled, he stopped and slowly turned around. When he faced the rock pillar, that indescribable feeling had already disappeared. When Xiao Hua turned around again, that feeling didn't appear again. Strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head. He really couldn't think of this so-called key secret of the Sword Cultivator War. What did it have to do with him? Could it be that he participated in the Sword Cultivator War with the mission to stop the swordsman's conspiracy? Was he born to end the Dao Cultivator War? Damn it, forget it. A group of Golden Core cultivators used the lives of many Foundation Establishment cultivators and Qi Refinement cultivators to train themselves. The illusory sword swordsman also used the lives of a group of bright sword swordsmen and nurturing sword swordsmen to train themselves. Behind them are nascent soul cultivators and swordsmen. None of them are people that I can provoke. Thinking about the swordsmen of Chicken Crow Mountain, who split a large mountain with one sword, if I expose their secret, won't they chase me all over the Dawn Rain continent? It's already difficult for me to deal with Daoist Jing Si, let alone a few more swordsmen. Xiao Hua had just seen Feng Buping's power and was very afraid of the swordsman. He turned around and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps, another kind of understanding was born in his mind. I was wrong. Xiao Hua stopped, his gaze somewhat deep. He used his hand to pinch his chin and turned to look at the stone pillar. I had a feeling of karma when I came to the great array of Quanjin Mountain. Originally, I thought I was going to send a message to the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders that I was safe. But after I met Li Zongbao, I thought I was going to send a message to Fairy Hong Xia that I was safe. But after I came to the Gale Snowfield, I thought I was going to save Xiao Mao. But after I arrived at the Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain Spirit Stone Vein, I thought I was going to save Dui Miaoqing. But now, I finally realized that I came here to expose this huge secret of the sword cultivators. All the karma is pushing me to stop the war and save the lives of thousands of cultivators. Since the hand of karma has such an arrangement, I will also fight with my life. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth raised a trace of a smile. It's not like I haven't been chased by a nascent soul cultivator before. So what if there are a few more swordsmen? If they have the ability, then catch up to me first. In an instant, Xiao Hua's heroic spirit soared to the sky. That lofty ambition was like a torrential river, as if he could seize the moon in the sky and capture the dragon in the sea at any time. With a wave of his hand, he took out the wishful staff that he had stored in his space. Xiao Hua steadily walked in front of the stone pillar and sized it up again. After looking for a long time, he didn't feel anything special, so Xiao Hua opened his transcendence vision again. Seeing the situation of the stone pillar in his transcendence vision, Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The whole stone pillar looked like a spindle, with two sharp ends and a bulge in the middle. And where the bulge was, there was a steady stream of light blue brilliance. This brilliance flew to two parts. One part rushed to the top of the spindle and gathered at the sharp end. The sharp end had a faint fiery red color, which seemed brilliant and obscure. The other part rushed to the bottom of the spindle and also gathered at the sharp end, but the sharp end had a faint emerald color, which was bright and obscure. Yinyang Two Springs Mountain. Yinyang Two Poles. Seeing these two different points and brilliance, he immediately thought of the two poles of magnetism that he had seen before in the dark secret ground. Isn't this spindle similar to the magnetism? This is the core of the Two Springs Mountain. Xiao Hua secretly nodded. I reckon that the sword cultivators were originally mining here, and then they dug a tunnel from the vein to this abyss. And through this abyss, the swordsman found the core of the Two Springs Mountain. That crack might be the work of the swordsman. What special effects do flying swords have? Since there's a flying sword tempered by a sword cultivator right in front of me, how can this young master not take it? If it's taken into this young master's space, even if the heavenly emperor comes, this young master won't admit it. Xiao Hua's eyes twinkled with the brilliance of spirit stones. It's this fist-sized hole again. Xiao Hua's lips curled into a smile. Needless to say, this huge spindle must be condensed from innate water qi. No matter what kind of divine sense or sword qi, it won't be able to pass through. Only this one of the Dian number can pass through. However, aside from this young master's transformation technique, which cultivator can easily pass through this hole? According to this young master's thoughts, I'm afraid that even the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare to enter, right? Xiao Hua laughed heartily. His body strangely twisted like a fried dough twist. Soon after, his body fell horizontally. However, the two forces from above and below actually stretched Xiao Hua horizontally. After several struggles, Xiao Hua finally charged into the fist-sized hole like a noodle. When Xiao Hua entered the several dozen zhang space, before his eyes was a boundless blue wave. This blue wave not only filled the heaven and earth, it also filled Xiao Hua. Moreover, within this blue wave, there were numerous seemingly large but not large, seemingly small but not small, seemingly omnipresent small bubbles continuously gushing out. Just as Xiao Hua's gaze came into contact with those bubbles, his eyes blurred and he immediately lost his primordial spirit. Chapter 24:15. At the same time Xiaohua was lost, the surrounding water bubbles rushed over and quickly wrapped around Xiaohua. Those water bubbles began to collide with each other, and slowly, a water bubble as big as Xiaohua gradually formed. Needless to say, from the great shielding power of the water bubble, as long as this water bubble was formed, the inside of the bubble would become a sealed space. In this sealed space, divine sense could not penetrate, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could not penetrate. Perhaps Xiaohua's fate was to become one with the innate water vapor. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from the middle of the blue water. The dragon's roar was both happy and sad, but at this time, it was more anxious. Little White. Xiaohua's primordial spirit was lost somewhere, but when he heard this dragon's roar, it was so familiar. On that bloodthirsty night, on the night that changed Xiaohua's fate and Shang Huaming's fate, Little White also cried out like this. This cry was deeply engraved in Xiaohua's soul. In an instant, Xiaohua's primordial spirit struggled, and the understanding of Tianmen Mountain's Huang Yi gave Xiaohua endless help. The pain, the loneliness, the helplessness, and the bondage of time seemed to have given Xiaohua's primordial spirit wings. His primordial spirit passed through many different illusions like a white horse and suddenly returned to his body. When Xiaohua woke up and saw the situation around him, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat again. Innate true water. Melting everything into water. Such a sentence appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua took out the wishful steel rod without hesitation and waved it wildly. Sure enough, it was worthy of being an innate weapon that was not in the 5 elements. The seemingly unstoppable innate true water was actually beaten back by the wishful steel rod, forming a very small space in front of Xiaohua. Little White, Xiaohua shouted. He closed his eyes tightly and opened his Dharma eyes. In the deepest part of the vast ocean, there was a place that was as bright as a jade pearl. Below the jade pearl, there was a sword light that was like jade water. It was unusually dazzling. That's it. Although there were no more Little White's dragon roars, Xiaohua already knew that the soul of the escaping Little White dragon was near the jade pearl. Strangely enough, Xiaohua couldn't fly at all in this innate primordial water. He could only step on it step by step as he walked forward. Hua, the sound of waves could be heard as a boundless force pressed down from the front of Xiaohua, forcing Xiaohua to take a few steps back. On the contrary, when Xiaohua was retreating, there was also a huge force blocking him. Only Xiaohua could stand still and let the innate primordial water bubble up to him without any pressure. Humph, Xiaohua's little white dragon hissed weakly. His heart had been anxious for a long time. Seeing the pressure of the innate primordial water, he was also angry. With a cold snort, he waved the wishful staff towards the pressure in front of him. Fight, sure enough, the heavy pressure was actually defeated by him. Then, Xiaohua quickly stepped forward. In this way, Xiaohua brandished the wishful steel staff to block the innate real water, and at the same time, hit the pressure that was invisible to the naked eye and approached the location of the jade pearl. Although Xiaohua's eyes couldn't open, the scene of the jade pearl was deeply imprinted in his mind. He saw that there was a space of about 10 feet, and there was no innate primordial water in this space. In the center of this space, there was a bright spot the size of a thumb. This bright brilliance revolved around a blue light spot that was much smaller than a mung bean. The endless pure blue color was born from this blue light spot. This pure blue brilliance shot out about 5 feet, rushed into the innate primordial water, and each brilliance could produce a bubble. In this pure blue light spot, there were also strands of green brilliance shooting out. As soon as these green brilliance shot out, it was immediately absorbed by a flying sword a few feet below the blue brilliance. And under this flying sword, there was a rotating sword array, with a radius of a few feet. Through the countless palm-sized flying swords in the sword array, Xiaohua saw a small white dragon that was only a few feet in size struggling in pain. Because, at every moment, there was a small flying sword piercing into its body. Although no blood flowed out, the small white dragon would twitch a little, and the shadow on its body would dim a little. Moreover, there seemed to be a rotating vortex above the sword array, which was pointing at the flying sword. While the small white dragon was struggling in pain, it also had to resist the attractive force of the sword array. Tai Wei green light? Xiao Hua's eyes swept over the green light, and his mind reacted very naturally. He knew that this Tai Wei green light was the same as the Tai Yi green light. They were both innate objects, but one was innate gold qi, and the other was innate water qi. However, his eyes only swept over the green light, and his gaze directly fell on the flying sword. The flying swords were very ordinary. Even the flying swords he saw didn't seem to be anything special. However, Xiao Hua knew that this thing was absolutely not ordinary. Even if it's not ordinary, so what? Even if it's used by a swordsman, so what? Xiao Hua did not hesitate to cover it with his hand, and the universe creator covered it. Who knew that just as Xiao Hua's Taoist robe covered it, the flying sword shook slightly, and a brilliant blue sword light was born from the flying sword. With a shua sound, it was faster than lightning, and stabbed at Xiao Hua's Taoist robe. Kacha! Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve met the sword light with a metallic sound. A strong force that Xiao Hua could not describe, and a kind of sharpness that Xiao Hua's universe creator could not resist came from the sword light. Xiao Hua's Taoist robe was immediately pierced by the sword light, and Xiao Hua's arm was incomparably high. The broken sleeve was like a butterfly fluttering around, and these butterflies fell into a bubble not far away and disappeared in a flash. It was unknown whether it was the butterflies in other people's dreams. Xiao Hua took a breath, gritted his teeth, and said angrily, "Don't say that you're a flying sword. Even if you're a swordsman today, I will still beat you until you vomit blood." With that said, Xiao Hua's bare arms picked up the wishful steel staff with both hands, and hit the flying sword with a ding ding dang dang sound. The flying sword was also powerful. With a slight vibration, several sword lights flew out and blocked the wishful steel staff. The sword lights were so sharp and so powerful that every time Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was swung away, causing Xiao Hua's qi and blood to surge. Xiao Hua had never been so overbearing. The heavenly staff technique was displayed, and the wishful steel staff was like a continuous raindrop, hitting the flying sword. Finally, the flying sword that no one commanded was hit by Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. With a loud dang sound, a layer of blue brilliance rippled above the flying sword, and the whole flying sword was shocked by the wishful steel staff. Since there was a first time, there was a second time, and a third time. Xiao Hua was like a blacksmith, picking up the wishful steel staff and hitting the flying sword with a ding dang dang sound. However, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, he hit the flying sword dozens of times. His hands and feet were a little weak, but the flying sword was still rippling with blue brilliance, and there was no damage at all. Even the sword array below it did not change. Seeing the blue light fall on the flying sword again, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "Grandma, I thought that the sword array was not easy to break, so I had to start with the flying sword. I did not expect this flying sword to be so powerful. It is worthy of being a flying sword tempered by the blue light. I am afraid that this flying sword can only be used by a swordsman. Humph, in that case, I will also take drastic measures to deal with you." Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and released his mind. He was about to collect the innate jellyfish like the innate mother of gold. Who knew that when his mind came in contact with the innate jellyfish, the endless water light overflowed in his mind, and there was an endless illusion that wanted to lead his mind into it. Xiao Hua was shocked, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He hurriedly collected his mind, and his body was once again covered in cold sweat. No wonder the swordsman did not dare to accept this innate jellyfish. It is much more powerful than the innate mother of gold. Xiao Hua thought with lingering fear. Roar! The little white dragon in the sword array seemed to be aware of Xiao Hua's trembling. It also let out a sad roar, and its whole body curled up, and its head was tightly tucked into its body. It seemed to have given up resistance, and let Xiao Hua escape. How can this be? Xiao Hua's heart was filled with sorrow. Little White was his first playmate in the Xiaoyu continent, and Little White also gave him Lonyu. It was really good to him. How could he watch as Little White's soul dissipated between heaven and earth? Moreover, the blue light sword obviously wanted to refine Little White into a sword spirit. This blue light sword must be used to kill a swordsman, and maybe Xiaohua himself would also suffer. I'm afraid I can only use this method. If it doesn't work, this young master. Xiaohua sighed slightly. This young master said a few words, but he could not say anything more. In front of absolute power, all words were nothing. Pooh! Xiaohua opened his mouth slightly, and a stream of cold flame was spat out. However, the moment this cold flame touched the light blue brilliance, it was reflected blue, and then melted. It was still blue brilliance. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He was just testing the waters. Soon after, he opened his mouth slightly and the scarlet-red spiritual fire flew out like a thread, slowly shooting towards the blue light spot. See, the spirit fire's thread passed through the light blue brilliance, as if it had nothing to do with it. Although Xiaohua's eyes were closed, everything was reflected in his mind, and his heart was filled with slight expectation. As expected, the spirit fire did not disappoint him, and without any obstruction, it reached the side of the innate mother of gold. Rap! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He used the fire manipulation art, and the spirit fire nimbly wrapped the innate mother of gold. All the innate primordial water and the blue light were wrapped in the spirit fire. Wang, the flying sword, let out a sorrowful cry, as if it sensed something wrong. He waved his hand, and the wishful staff hit the flying sword that was piercing the sword array, but at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As early as when Xiaohua's arm was bleeding, the drops of blood fell into the sword array, and dripped on the soul of the little white dragon that had already dimmed to the extreme. Within the bright red drops of blood, the trace of gold gradually penetrated, and the soul of the little white dragon gradually emitted a faint brilliance. However, this brilliance was too weak, and Xiaohua, who was at the brink of life and death, did not notice it at all. Roar! With a dragon's roar, an extremely brilliant brilliance was born from the sword array. The little white dragon within the sword array suddenly roared and swam rapidly. As it swam, its body turned into a shadow and crashed into a part of the sword array. The flying sword that was piercing the sword array also stopped at this time, and it seemed that it could not find the trace of the little white dragon. Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw this, and the wishful staff hurriedly pulled back. In a flash, it hit the sword light that was piercing his chest and smashed it into pieces. Immediately, Xiaohua waved the wishful staff again and hit another sword light, which also turned into a firefly falling down. At this time, the flying sword seemed to be hesitating. Fight! Xiaohua saw an opportunity and did not dare to neglect it. His figure flew, and he did not dare to relax the spiritual power in his hand. The wishful staff hit the flying sword. Dang! There was another loud sound, and a light blue brilliance rippled on the flying sword. A huge force was born from the flying sword, and Xiaohua's figure was somewhat unstable. Of course, the flying sword was not as good as Xiaohua. It swayed rapidly, as if the flying sword that had left the innate jellyfish had lost its support. Roar! Inside the sword array, there was a louder dragon roar, and the soul of the little white dragon suddenly soared, and soon it was more than a few feet. The sword array of the little white dragon was also expanding. Oh! Xiaohua was surprised and was considering whether to withdraw his heaven and earth sleeve technique. Roar! The little white dragon seemed to know that this was his last chance to escape, and he was also desperate. A series of dragon roars were issued, and all of a sudden, it grew to a size of 10 feet, and the dragon's body was still growing. Pa! There was a soft sound, and in the sword array that the little white dragon had found a flaw, there was a crack between the two flying swords. This crack suddenly became the breakthrough point of the sword array's collapse, and the dragon head of the little white dragon suddenly came out of the sword array. Fight! Xiaohua was overjoyed, and the staff in his right hand was raised high again, and like a mountain, it hit the supreme light sword. In the face of the whistling wind above the wishful staff, the Tai Wei green light sword flashed a burst of sword light, and then the sword array that imprisoned the little white dragon disappeared, and the Tai Wei green light sword turned into a blue light, quickly rushed out of the rock pillar and disappeared into the hole. Good, Xiaohua breathed a long sigh of relief and turned to look at the little white dragon. Who would have thought that once the little white dragon escaped from the imprisonment of the sword array, it immediately shrank rapidly. Not only did it return to its previous snake-like appearance, its appearance became even dimmer. It was like the first light of dawn, faintly discernible. Little white, Xiaohua was shocked, and regardless of his injuries, he released his mind and put the little white dragon's soul into his space. However, suddenly Xiaohua thought of another thing, and he took back his mind, returned to the space, and called out Goldie. Chapter 24:17. Sure enough, the moment Goldie saw Whitey's soul, it immediately woke up. The yellow fur on its body suddenly stood up, and even its huge tail stood straight up. Xiao Bai was also shocked. Roar, it struggled and swayed with difficulty. Sigh, Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything to Xiao Huang and hurriedly put it back into the space. Xiao Huang feeds on souls and cores. Xiao Bai is also a soul. Naturally, we can't put them together. Xiaohua was in a difficult position, and in my space, I can't control it right now. What should I do? If I had a Dharma body before, I could try to send it in. Can the Buddha Saraira succeed? Xiaohua thought of his Buddha fire. Will the Buddha fire burn Xiaobai to death? Xiaohua hesitated again. Let's try it. However, when Xiaohua wrapped his mind around Xiaobai, there was another problem. His mind seemed to be completely unable to sense Xiaobai's soul. Oh, Xiaobai is a soul. It's not a tangible thing. My mind can't collect it. Right, don't I have soul strands? When Xiaohua saw that little white dragon's soul was about to dissipate, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. He quickly pulled out the soul thread from his heaven ring and wrapped it around little white dragon. Little white dragon, who was bound by the soul thread, panicked. It didn't understand what was happening and struggled with all its strength. Seeing little white struggle, Xiaohua originally didn't care about it. However, a strong force was transmitted from the soul strand, pulling his soul strand by a lot in an instant. Xiaohua didn't find it strange, the soul also has strength. However, Xiaohua couldn't communicate with Xiaobai. He could only tap his forehead and make some gestures with his hands. He didn't know if Xiaobai could understand. Moreover, Xiaohua released even more soul strands. Xiaobai didn't know if it saw Xiaohua's gestures or if it understood. It didn't have too many methods to struggle. After struggling for a while, it gave up and could only let Xiaohua ravage it. Xiaohua carefully pulled back the strand of soul force, but the strand of soul force was different from when he was using a soul armament. He could feel that Xiaobai's soul was extremely heavy, as if he was dragging a large object. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Duo cultivation techniques emphasize soul remembrance and soul power, but this technique of mine is half-baked and I didn't really focus on it, so I didn't really understand it before. Now, he knew that even though the soul was invisible to the naked eye and spiritual will, it was still an incorporeal being. However, to the soul strands, they were tangible objects. Although Whitey's soul had already dimmed and was on the verge of collapse, it still had weight to the soul strands. My soul strands. My own soul cultivation technique is only at the heaven-encompassing soul, which should be the beginning of soul cultivation. The soul power of my soul strands is also very weak. Or maybe my soul power is weak, so my soul strands don't have much strength. However, in any case, Xiaohua still had soul strands and had some soul power. As he moved bit by bit, little white dragon's soul actually passed through the magic eye imprint and slowly entered that mysterious place. Seeing Xiaohua's enormous mysterious dark cloud and the faint rumbling of thunder within the dark cloud, little white dragon was extremely alarmed. However, smelling the sweet smell of black silk wood in that mysterious place, little white dragon was a bit excited and opened its dragon mouth, opening and closing it. Oh. Seeing this, Xiaohua retracted his soul strands into the heaven-encompassing soul and took out the black silk wood. Ho! Little white dragon was happy and slowly swam around the black silk wood as if it was extremely enjoying it. And so this black silk wood is not only useful for soul cultivation techniques, it's also useful for Whitey's soul. Xiaohua thought to himself and then retracted the black silk wood back into the heaven-encompassing soul. Seeing the black silk would move into the dark cloud, little white soul also chased under the dark cloud, but seeing the enormous dark cloud, it was abnormally afraid. You come in too. Xiaohua's soul strands reached out again and wrapped around little white dragon's soul. However, little white dragon was still afraid and used all its strength to struggle, as if the dark cloud was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Once it entered, its life would be in danger. You come in. Xiaohua was a bit anxious. His soul strands tightly wrapped around Little White, and Little White was indeed exhausted and didn't struggle anymore. In the end, it was pulled into the heaven-encompassing soul by Xiaohua. Xiaohua actually didn't know the danger of this action. Not only for Little White Dragon, but even for himself, it was also extremely inappropriate. The soul has always been a cultivator's vital point. Even if the body enters the cycle of reincarnation, the soul is also the last thing one can rely on. Xiaohua actually allowed Little White Dragon's soul to enter his own soul. On one hand, Little White's life and death is already under his control. His soul can transform Little White's soul into his own soul with a thought. On the other hand, if Little White's soul is stronger than Xiaohua's soul, it will inevitably cause harm to Xiaohua's soul. Even if the two of them coexist peacefully, Xiaohua's soul will still cause harm to Little White's soul. Xiaohua was ignorant and didn't know. Although Little White knew, it was no match for Xiaohua's fierceness and could only feel wronged. Since ancient times, there were no better people than this who did bad things with good intentions. However, fortunately, when Little White's soul arrived at the heaven of surrounding aura, the entire heaven of surrounding aura was filled with the rich black silkwood qi, and Xiaohua's primordial spirit slowly swam inside, slowly emitting fluctuations. Little White Dragon immediately understood. Thank you. A timid, extremely tired, and extremely small voice was transmitted to Xiaohua's mind. Little White? Is that you? Xiaohua was already familiar with Little White's voice transmission and replied very naturally. Little White? That voice was a little happy and a little confused. Damn, that's right. Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed. Little White was just his own wishful thinking. Little White still didn't know. I'm called Little White. What's your name? I'm called Xiaohua. I gave you the name Little White. If you don't like it, then forget it. What's your name? Xiaohua said very apologetically. My name. At this point, Little White was a little heavy and seemed to be even more hesitant. Just call me Little White. Xiaohua, you must not devour. Little White. Don't worry, Little White, I won't. Xiaohua simply didn't know what devouring was and immediately comforted it. You should first recuperate here. When your soul condenses, I will let you out. I'm tired. Little White's voice became even smaller. Thank you. Xiaohua. Xiaohua was just about to reply when he saw Little White close its eyes. Its soul also slightly danced in the heaven ring of qi, and the surrounding black silk wood's aura also swarmed over. Alright, let it recover. Xiaohua's heart was greatly relieved and slowly retreated from the heaven ring of qi. At this time, within the stone pillar, there was already no dazzling blue brilliance, only rich innate true water. However, around Xiaohua, there were still some gaps that the innate true water had not flooded. Of course, this gap was also slowly shrinking. Only now did Xiao Hua have the heart to look at the injury on his left arm. He saw that the place where the blue light lingered previously had already been devoured by the golden threads in Xiao Hua's blood. Not only did the blood not flow, the sword scar also showed signs of recovery. Body cultivators really have an advantage in healing injuries. Perhaps those beast cultivators chose to cultivate with spirit beasts because of their strong self-healing ability? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua took out the wishful staff and was about to rush out of the innate true water, preparing to leave through the hole in the stone pillar. However, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up when he saw the boundless primordial water. With a wave of his hand, he took out the mist pearl that Dui Miaoqing had given him. After that, he gave Dui Miaoqing's storage pouch a simple look and took out the jade slip for refining the mist pearl. Xiao Hua immersed his divine sense in it and looked for a moment. He knew that the refining of the tide bead was similar to that of the blue water bead, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He did not need to completely refine the tide bead, he only needed to slightly control it. Immediately, Xiao Hua did not delay. He urged his magic power and cast a few refining spells on it. In just a moment, the tide bead emitted a faint blue light again. Go, Xiao Hua did not hesitate. He pointed his finger, and the misty tide pearl rushed into the Xiantian primordial water. Instantly, a tiny whirlpool appeared above the misty tide pearl, and the Xiantian primordial water poured into the misty tide pearl like a swarm of bees. Hee, Xiao Hua laughed sinisterly. There was so much innate true water in the stone pillar, if he did not take it now, he did not know who would benefit from it in the future. After absorbing the innate true water, the tide bead's brilliance became more and more brilliant. Chapter 24:19. At this time, Xiao Hua had rushed out of the rock wall. He was much faster than a flying sword as he rushed into the air. Ha ha ha, of course it's this young master. Xiao Hua's figure flipped a few times in the air. His divine sense swept through the entire space and he laughed loudly. This was an underground space that was several times larger than the space of the rock pillars. There was a faint brilliance on the surrounding rock walls. The place where Xiao Hua had rushed out from was a place that looked like a spout. There were countless places like this in the entire space. 3 illusory swordsmen were standing around the mouth of the fountain. These illusory swordsmen were all baffled. Their faces were filled with disbelief. How could a Dao sect disciple suddenly rush out of this place? Moreover, it was a Foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Even their red-skinned gourd had suddenly disappeared. Xiao Hua had a complacent smile on his face. His divine sense swept through these illusory swordsmen. However, when his gaze fell on the 7 corpses of Dao sect disciples lying crookedly around the spout, his face unconsciously turned cold. Fortunately, although 2 of these 7 Dao sect disciples were from the Xuanyan school, Xiao Mao was not among them. These illusory swordsmen were not bystanders. They were the illusory swordsmen who had come to the Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain after attacking the Xuanyan school's spirit stone mine. Except for Liao Qingkong of the Flying Feather sect, whom Xiao Hua had previously used his Buddhist consciousness to peek at in the Gale snowfield, he did not recognize the other 2. They were Zhong Haoshuan and Bai Jia of the Bright Sword sect. They had come to the Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain for no other reason than the Yinyang sword spirit that they had promised to the Black Phoenix Sword sect's LV Ruochang 5 years ago. Back then, Zhong Haoshuan had already gotten a clue about the 2 Yin and Yang sword spirits, and he had successfully nurtured the 2 sword spirits a year later. But these 2 sword spirits were too weak, and the Clear Sword sect didn't have 2 disciples with excellent physiques to nurture these 2 sword spirits. Thus, Zhong Haoshuan had set his sights on Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain. However, at that time, the spirit stone mine formation had become more and more intense. Ling Yunwu and the others had died in an accident, causing the various sects to panic. Even the Clear Sword sect had their own missions and didn't dare to send extra people to Yinyang Twin Springs Mountain. Moreover, if they didn't have suitable sword cultivator disciples to nurture the sword spirits, they would need suitable blood essence. The Clear Sword sect wasn't willing to lose their own disciples, so they set their sights on the Dao sect disciples. Searching for these disciples took several years until recently, when Guanpeng invited the Clear Sword sect disciples to attack Xuanyan School's Spirit Stone Mine. One of Zhong Haoshuan's conditions was to find suitable disciples with suitable physiques to use as blood sacrifices. But what surprised Zhong Haoshuan was that the Yang sword spirit had already undergone the blood sacrifice, and the sword spirit within the sword gourd had clearly been nurtured, absorbing the Yang qi underground. Suddenly, the sword gourd disappeared. Moreover, a Thunder Control sect disciple had inexplicably rushed out. How could he not fly into a rage? Kill. What else did Zhong Haoshuan need to say? If Xiao Hua hadn't appeared, he really wouldn't have known the whereabouts of the sword gourd. But Xiao Hua had already flown out. Even if his Daoist robe was somewhat shabby, with one sleeve missing and revealing his bare arms, who could say that a sleeveless hand couldn't conveniently steal melons? But following Zhong Haoshuan's furious roar, a flying sword that was like a scorching sun flew out from under his feet. This scorching sun sword was exceptionally ferocious within this Yang qi, illuminating the entire space. A whistling sword wind, a trace of sword light that could pierce into Xiao Hua's body, and a kind of earth-shattering confinement force that tightly suppressed Xiao Hua's body in mid-air, all came from that scorching sun. Zhong Haoshuan's first move was the scorching sun sword. He didn't want to repeat Ling Yunwu's mistakes, even though he didn't know who killed Ling Yunwu. Ouch! Seeing such a powerful flying sword, Xiao Hua's face turned pale with fright. He hurriedly urged his flying technique with all his might, wanting to escape from the confinement of the scorching sun sword. However, no matter how he urged his magic power, he could only fly about a foot away from the sword intent, and was immediately enveloped by the scorching sun sword. Humph! Seeing that Xiao Hua actually had magic power to struggle, Zhong Haoshuan's face revealed a trace of a smile. He was only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so what if he could struggle? If he couldn't struggle, Zhong Haoshuan would be a little surprised. The scorching sun sword was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced Xiao Hua's chest. Seeing that the brilliance in the air was converging in one place and was about to sink into Xiao Hua's chest, Zhong Haoshuan's face finally relaxed a little. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly waved his hand, and a 2-foot-long wishful staff appeared. His figure flashed and hit the scorching sun sword with incomparable speed. The huge force on the sword light caused Xiao Hua's figure to stagger, and he really flew to Liao Qingkong's side. Liao Qingkong's face showed a trace of surprise, but his hands were still tucked in the sword armor, and he looked indifferent. Haha! Hit! Xiao Hua's back was facing Liao Qingkong. When he was about 2 feet away, he suddenly turned around and raised his wishful staff. With a loud shout, he hit Liao Qingkong's forehead. Seeing that Xiao Hua's wishful staff was stirring up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Liao Qingkong laughed. At the same time, his feet leaped, and his figure flew into the air. He laughed and said, "I was waiting for you to launch a sneak attack. I didn't expect you to really come." It turned out that Liao Qingkong had already seen through Xiao Hua's sneak attack plan. Oh, not good. When Xiao Hua saw Liao Qingkong fly out, his arms were exposed from the sword armor. His silver-white arms were obviously different from those of other sword cultivators. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. His figure wanted to escape and attack another disciple of the Clear Sword sect. "Since you want to attack this old man, don't leave." Liao Qingkong smiled proudly, and a huge fist rushed towards Xiao Hua. Seeing that Liao Qingkong was only a few feet away from Xiao Hua, and that the fist was also close to Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. "This young master also doesn't plan to leave?" As he spoke, the somewhat crooked wishful staff suddenly became thick, and with a woo sound, it smashed towards Liao Qingkong's arm. Seeing Xiao Hua's smile, Liao Qingkong also sneered. The wishful staff gave him a feeling of surging wind and clouds, but he believed in his fist more. Besides, the scorching sun sword was already behind Xiaohua. As long as he blocked Xiaohua's staff, the scorching sun sword would be able to pierce Xiaohua's back. Dang! With a loud sound, a heart-wrenching pain came from his fist. It was a pain that he had never experienced since he mastered the technique. After the pain, his arm was numb, and he couldn't feel anything at all. This numbness not only numbed his arm, but also his whole body in an instant. Looking at Xiaohua again, he slightly waved the wishful staff in his hand. The head of the staff that hit Liao Qingkong's fist immediately turned into the tail of the staff. The tail of the staff became the head of the staff, and it smashed towards Liao Qingkong's forehead like a bolt of lightning. Liao Jianyu, dodge! Zhong Haoshuan shouted in the distance. Run! This shout really woke Liao Qingkong up. Sword light flashed on his body, and his figure quickly escaped. Ha ha ha, do you think you can escape? Xiaohua's figure was even faster. In just a flash, he stuck to Liao Qingkong's body, and the wishful staff hit Liao Qingkong's forehead with a poof sound. Needless to say, Liao Qingkong's fist was shattered by the wishful staff. As for his forehead, there was no need to mention it. Hiss! Zhong Haoshuan sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were wide open as he watched Liao Qingkong's headless corpse fall. He was shocked. Feng Duan, you. What is your relationship with Feng Buping? Are you out of your mind? Xiaohua's figure spread out. He didn't avoid the scorching sun sword at all. Instead, he flew a few feet closer. The wishful staff in his hand once again struck out like a thunderbolt. With a crisp sound, the brilliance of the scorching sun sword splashed in all directions. Bai Jia, come and help me. Zhong Haoshuan was shocked. He really didn't expect it to be a blow that didn't move forward. Moreover, the power of the wishful staff was actually something that the scorching sun sword couldn't resist. Bai Jia was a grade 1 illusory swordsman. Seeing that Liao Qingkong was easily killed by Xiaohua and that Zhong Haoshuan's flying sword was also damaged in the blink of an eye, his heart was already trembling with fear. When he heard Zhong Haoshuan calling for him, he immediately urged the flying sword under his feet to rush over. Chi la la! A lightning-like flying sword flew out from Bai Jia's feet and attacked Xiaohua. Ha ha ha! Xiaohua laughed. If it was any other flying sword, Xiaohua would still have to think for a moment, but this was the lightning sword, so he didn't have any burden at all. Attack! Xiaohua's left hand pulled the wishful staff. While attacking Zhong Haoshuan, his right hand was empty, and he urged his spiritual power to cast the thunder palm. Moreover, what was even more insidious was that after the thunder palm, Xiaohua's spiritual power didn't stop at all. He urged it again, and the heaven and earth sleeve technique came out one after another. Kacha, a lightning much thicker than the lightning sword, emerged from Xiaohua's hand and blocked the lightning sword. Ah! You are the terrifying phoenix of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Seeing the thick lightning, Bai Jia suddenly thought of something and was extremely horrified. Terrifying phoenix? His voice didn't matter, but Zhong Haoshuan was also shocked. After all, his thoughts were the same as Feng Buping's. The reputation of this terrifying phoenix was really quite resounding. It didn't matter if Zhong Haoshuan was shocked, but Bai Jia was dumbfounded. Just as he roared out, he felt a shackling force that he was almost unable to resist enveloping him. He lost his head out of fear, disregarding the thunder light sword that was blocked by Xiaohua's thunder palm, and tried his best to break free. In fact, he was a first-grade illusory swordsman. Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve could certainly imprison him. As long as he used the lightning sword, he could also break this imprisonment force. However, when he struggled, the sword spirit in his mouth spurted out. It was not easy to break free from the heaven and earth sleeve. Moreover, when he just broke free from the imprisonment force, he suddenly felt a tingling pain in his Naiwan palace. The sword spirit was also not flowing smoothly. His figure stagnated and fell from midair. However, this was not the worst-case scenario. Just when he wanted to resist, the most frightening thing happened. A stronger wind than the imprisonment force just now pressed down from the top of his head. He immersed his divine sense in it for a moment, and sneered, "They deserve to die. They actually sacrificed the lives of my Tao sect disciples to the sword spirit. This kind of sword spirit is also extremely tyrannical. How can it be used? I'm afraid the Tao of the sword has been defeated again, right? However, I still want to go and see whether Xiao Mao is still alive in this world. Even if he's dead, I will avenge him." Xiao Hua laughed sinisterly. His figure flew up using the wind escape technique, and rushed out quickly along the route drawn in the sword bamboo slip. This was an underground space that was thousands of feet in size, similar to the space where Zhong Haoshuan and the others sacrificed the red-skinned gourd sword spirit. However, the scene within was completely different. On the top of the rock wall that was tens of thousands of feet tall, countless six-petal crystals were connected to each other. Faint blue light faintly flowed over them. As this light flickered between the 6 petals of the crystal, an incomparably cold aura was emitted. The threads of aura passed through the crystal and disappeared into the rock wall. Not a trace of it could be seen. Moreover, between these countless 6-petaled crystals, there were circular crystal pillars that were a few feet or 10 feet in size. They were directly inserted into the rock wall, and their whereabouts were unknown. Looking at the entire space, the faint blue light was like a gem that was constantly blooming, filling the entire space. This blue light was extremely cold, and there were fine rays of light that were born from all over the space. These fine rays of light did not fall to the ground, but instead rushed into the rock wall at the top of the space with the brilliance, and turned into little crystals. The extremely cold, faint blue light came from under the space, from the sharp tips of the rock spikes that rose from the ground. These rock spikes were extremely similar to the stone bells that were usually hung upside down in caves. Yes. Zhong Mingtian clapped his hand and a blood-red talisman appeared in his hand. This talisman was very strange. It did not look like a yellow talisman. It was shaped like a skeleton, but it was the size of a palm. The talisman on it was also strange. It faintly emitted a dark green light, and it was somewhat similar to the green seal script. Go, Zhong Mingtian threw the talisman into the air and formed a sword seal with his hand. A snow-green sword light flashed under his feet and a snowflake-like brilliance landed on the talisman. With a "see" sound, the brilliance actually ignited the talisman. The dark green flame burned the talisman into a ball of fire the size of a wicker basket. The talisman symbols in the ball of fire spun rapidly and a burst of ghostly wails and howls could be heard from the ball of fire. Junior sister Feng, Zhong Mingtian saw the ball of fire rising and said anxiously, "The soul talisman has been activated. Quickly capture the Taoist sect cultivators." Yes. On the other side, Feng Qing was already prepared. With a grab of her hand, the white-haired female cultivator was sent flying into the air. She couldn't move at all. Kill. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Feng Qing's eyes. The flying sword under her feet suddenly flew out and turned into a foot-long ice needle. It quickly pierced into the female cultivator's forehead. The flying sword was abnormally sharp. It sank into the female cultivator's forehead the moment it touched it. A drop of dirty blood flowed out from the wound on her forehead. Quick, senior sister Zhong, Feng Qing quickly formed a sword seal. Suddenly, the flying sword on the female cultivator's forehead turned into a sword light and retreated. Quick, Zhong Mingtian was also fast. He pointed with his finger and the ball of fire also rushed toward the blood on the female cultivator's forehead at an extremely fast speed. It rushed into the female cultivator's forehead before Feng Qing's flying sword left and the arrow of blood spurted out. The fluctuations also disappeared, but the suction force from the calabash increased greatly, and a large amount of light blue light rushed into it. Thank you, Senior Yu. Zhong Mingtian's panic had not disappeared, and he bowed to salute. Huh, it's no problem. You are only at the first grade of the illusory sword realm, and the blood sacrifice is a little difficult for these cultivators. Anyway, there is still this last one. Rest a little more. Yuming nodded slightly, turned around, and flew up again. Yes, I understand. Zhong Mingtian smiled bitterly, and looked at Feng Qing. The two returned to their original position and closed their eyes to rest. Zhong Mingtian didn't want to do this, but at this time, the sword cultivators were fighting fiercely with the Dao sect, and there weren't many disciples who could be transferred. Moreover, the flying swords that they practiced were of the cold attribute, and there were even fewer of them. It would be best if there was a second-grade illusory sword realm disciple here, but there was no other way. They could only rely on her and Feng Qing now. However, fortunately, there was Senior Yuming here, whose cultivation was unfathomable. Although he looked like he was only at the second grade of the illusory sword realm, she had been warned by Zhong Haoshuan that this person was a bird cultivator with a background, and his strength was far from what she could detect. Senior Zhong and the others should be here by now, right? Zhong Mingtian knew that the two of them were a little stretched. The blood sacrifice took too long, and Zhong Haoshuan and the others must have finished much faster. They should have finished by now. They should be on their way here. Another hour passed, and there were no signs of Zhong Haoshuan and the others. The green skin gourd began to vibrate for the last time. Seeing the green skin gourd's light ripple, Zhong Mingtian opened her eyes with a bitter smile. Her sword companions were still abundant, but the soul talisman didn't rely solely on her sword companions. There was also a secret technique of the clear sword sect. She had used this secret technique 6 times today, and even she herself felt a little tired in the depths of her soul. It was as if she had gone through several cycles of reincarnation, and her soul was almost unable to move. This is the last time, Zhong Mingtian thought to herself. She gritted her teeth, looked at Feng Qing, and said with a smile, Junior Feng, this is the last time. We will be able to complete the task immediately. Yes, it's all thanks to Senior Sister's strength. Feng Qing was also a little happy. She knew that this time, she had done a great service, and the Clear Sword sect would definitely reward her greatly. After Zhong Mingtian bowed to Yuming, Yuming frowned and said, Little friend Zhong, do you want to rest for a while more? I won't hide it from Senior Yu. Zhong Mingtian didn't hide it. Resting for a while more is no different from resting for half a day, unless this junior can rest for 7 days. Hee, Yuming nodded, then looked at a small hole in the distance and said curiously, Zhong Haoshuan and the others should be here by now. Perhaps Senior Zhong is waiting for us to meet up. Feng Qing smiled. After all, this place isn't suitable for the 3 senior brothers' flying swords. Perhaps. Yuming had a subtle feeling in his heart. Then, Zhong Mingtian took out the soul talisman again. When the soul talisman fireball appeared, Zhong Mingtian's body shook slightly, and even a layer of bruise flashed across his face. Junior Feng. Zhong Mingtian shouted, and Feng Qing understood. She grabbed her hand, and Xiao Mao's body was lifted into the air. Just as Feng Qing was about to activate the flying sword under her feet, she suddenly heard Yuming shout, Who is it? Feng Qing was stunned and turned to look at Yuming. She saw that Yuming's eyes were looking at the hole, and there was a strange expression in his eyes. However, when Feng Qing looked at the hole again, it was still calm, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, Xiao Mao, who had been listless all this time, suddenly flashed with a violent brilliance, and the sword light that was binding him also broke inch by inch. Yuming snorted coldly, and with a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Xiao Mao. His wings flapped, and countless rays of light shot out and surrounded Xiao Mao. The force of the rays of light trapped Xiao Mao, and no matter how Xiao Mao struggled, it was useless. Junior Feng, Zhong Mingtian's roar had a trace of anger in it. Yes, Feng Qing didn't dare to be distracted, and with a shake of her feet, a slender flying sword that looked like an icicle appeared, and it directly pierced between Xiao Mao's angry eyes. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce through, something strange happened. A strong force of imprisonment descended from the sky, and in an instant, the flying sword was frozen in place. Who are you? Feng Qing was puzzled, and she wanted to activate the sword again, but she heard Yu Ming angrily looking at her back from afar. Feng Qing was shocked, and her body involuntarily flew away, and at the same time, she looked around. This glance didn't matter, but she saw a young cultivator in the robes of the Imperial Thunder sect, who appeared less than 10 feet behind her. His slender eyes were slanted upward, and an indescribable murderous aura was emitted from his eyes. Moreover, just as Feng Qing turned her head, that cultivator rubbed his hands together, and a thick lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere, and struck her forehead. Suddenly, a rumor uncontrollably grew in her mind. Terror. Terror Phoenix? Yes, the three characteristics of the Terror Phoenix. The first was its huge phoenix celestial body, the second was its slanted phoenix eyes, and the third was its proficiency in controlling lightning. This was something she had never seen before in the other Imperial Thunder sect disciples.